Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan praktisi kontak center, selamat bergabung dalam acara Kontak Center Conference bersama ICCA. Yang terhormat Bapak Andi Anugrah, selaku Ketua ICCA, yang kami hormati para narasumber, serta Bapak Ibu peserta kontak center yang berbahagia. Perkenalkan, saya Zuhrotul Furi Setiarini dan rekan saya Gandis Asti Rizkianti. Kami berdua akan memandu rangkaian acara kontak center conference pada hari ini.
This contact centers conference will present 12 speakers, expert practitioners, contact center consultants, and contact center solution providers. Among others are Juliet Lee, Tim Matthew, Hunadi Budi Hartono, Sugianto Raharja, Dodi Kartiwa, Wani Sabu, Kristo Sarjono, Paul Mulvena, Wibowo Putra, Sudibyo, Usman Suryata, and Vikas Kumar. This event was held with the support of our sponsors, Avaya as Platinum sponsor, then Microsoft, Verin, Genesis, and Telexindo as Gold sponsors, Pintraco Group and Arua as Silver sponsor, Poli as Bronze sponsor, and Bineka Life Insurance as official insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, on the first occasion, we invite Bapak Andi Anugrah as the chairman of ICCA to give a speech and open the event this morning. Bapak Andi Anugrah, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Syukur alhamdulillah tentunya hari ini kita bisa bertemu walaupun melalui sarana video conference, dan juga kita bersyukur bahwa kegiatan The Best Contact Center Indonesia tetap bisa dilaksanakan dalam kondisi pandemik saat ini. Dan tentunya kita sampai hari ini bersyukur dapat diberikan keselamatan, kesehatan, dan semua nikmat yang bisa kita raih dengan semua aktivitas yang kita bisa jalankan hari ini. Dan berharap tentunya kita tetap dapat diberikan kesehatan dan keselamatan untuk melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan selanjutnya. Hari ini cukup berbahagia karena kita bisa melaksanakan conference secara virtual, dan kemarin kita sudah menyelesaikan satu event yang kita sebut sebagai digital exhibition. Pertama kalinya ICCA melaksanakan exhibition dan menghadirkan beberapa vendor lokal yang bisa menyediakan solusi-solusi kontak center. Dan juga hari ini kita akan menghadirkan berbagai vendor ya, yang tentunya mereka cukup berpengalaman dengan berbagai solusi yang mereka akan paparkan. Dan juga kita beruntung kita mendapatkan kesempatan untuk feedback dari juri internasional. Mereka akan bergabung nantinya untuk memberikan feedback hari ini. Selain itu nanti ada Ibu Wani yang sebagai Grand Champion 2019. Ya, tentunya akan sharing pengalaman beliau mengenai Halo BCA. Dan beberapa vendor lokal juga akan menyediakan, nah tentunya mereka semua mendukung acara ini dengan sebaik-baiknya. Secara khusus saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang mendukung acara ini. Tentunya tidak lupa special to Apaya as a platinum sponsor. Thank you for giving us, give support us. I think Apaya has been supporting us for a long time. And Perin also become our sponsor. Microsoft, this is the first time for Microsoft to join us as a sponsor. And Genesis also, thank you to support us for this event. And as well for Pintraco Group, Poly, to support us with all the headsets provided by Poly today. And also terima kasih juga kepada Bhinneka Life yang sudah bersedia untuk memberikan asuransi jaminan kecelakaan diri kepada semua peserta individual The Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020. Dan tak lupa tentunya dukungan yang luar biasa dari rekan-rekan saya dari Telexindo. Secara khusus ya, saya memberikan apresiasi yang luar biasa dengan berbagai perubahan yang kita lakukan dan berbagai macam dinamika yang terjadi, itu tetap kompak, tetap bersemangat untuk menghadapi kondisi-kondisi pandemik saat ini. Dan juga Arwa sebagai sister company dari Telexindo ya, yang telah mendukung kami dengan menyediakan aplikasi-aplikasi yang memadai dengan dukungan tenaga-tenaga muda yang luar biasa, yang tetap ya dengan dinamikanya bersedia untuk menghadapi berbagai permintaan-permintaan yang tentunya tidak mudah untuk dilakukan ya. Ini adalah sesuatu hal yang momen yang berharga buat kita semua saling mendukung ya. Mudah-mudahan ini kita bisa besok ya kita bisa mengumumkan pemenangnya. Dan tentunya ini adalah hanya salah satu cara buat kita untuk menghargai profesi-profesi kontak center. Dan dengan harapan bahwa hal ini menyemangati kita semua, bahwa kita tetap memberikan apresiasi kepada yang terbaik, dan memberikan peluang bagi semuanya untuk menunjukkan kreativitasnya. Dan hari ini tentunya ya dengan konferensi ini, saya ingin menggunakan kesempatan ini juga untuk menyampaikan mengenai overview mengenai The Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi bahan pembelajaran baik buat kita ya, dan bisa menjadi contoh juga pada negara-negara lain yang tidak menyelenggarakan award yang sama, bahwa Indonesia sudah go digital dalam pelaksanaannya, dan berharap bahwa ini adalah menjadi contoh yang baik ya. Saya akan paparkan dalam waktu 15 menit ini ya mengenai hal-hal apa saja yang kita lakukan untuk The Best Contact Center Indonesia, dan berharap bahwa hal ini ya bisa digunakan sebagai referensi. Insya Allah, jika pun ini akan dilaksanakan di tahun-tahun yang akan datang, berharap bahwa hal ini akan menjadi acuan ya yang menarik. Mari saya paparkan mengenai The Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020. Yang pertama yang ingin saya sampaikan dari hal ini ya, bahwa momen kali ini sengaja Kalau Anda perhatikan logo The Best Contact Center Indonesia tahun ini kami mengambil bunga anggrek ya, anggrek bulan. Dan tentunya ya dua sisi sebelah kiri dan sebelah kanan dan sebuah garis yang melintang dari di bawah itu menunjukkan sebuah senyum dan tentunya ini garis menunjukkan dari Sabang sampai Merauke bahwa Indonesia ya menyediakan pelayanan kontak center ya, dan ini adalah logo yang kita gunakan untuk tahun ini. Dan mari saya paparkan beberapa hal mengenai The Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020. Kelihatannya banyak gangguan ini, oke. Apa-apa, saya matikan dulu ininya. Ya, notifikasinya. Baik. Baik. Untuk penyelenggaraan The Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020, kita melaksanakannya dari tanggal 7 September sampai dengan 20 November besok ya. Jadi ini adalah waktu yang sangat sibuk bagi panitia pelaksana. Dan tentunya ini adalah tantangan-tantangan terberat karena waktunya padat dan berbagai macam kegiatan yang harus kita lakukan. Kita tidak hanya melakukan technical meeting, kita juga melakukan tryout, kita melakukan pembekalan kepada peserta, kita melakukan tes online untuk individu, kita mengupload video, kita melakukan lomba-lomba yang tentunya bagi individu, teamwork, dan korporat. Dan kita sampai pada hari ini, kita melaksanakan kemarin digital exhibition, dan hari ini kita melaksanakan conference. Besok kita akan melaksanakan pengumuman pemenang. Dan masih ada satu lagi yang kita laksanakan. Tanggal 23 kita akan menyerahkan penghargaan kepada pemenang, ya tentunya diwakili oleh korporat, karena kita harus menjaga jarak. Jadi announcement tetap kita lakukan tanggal 20, tetapi untuk hadiahnya kita akan serahkan pada tanggal 23 yang akan datang. Saya paparkan bahwa Indonesia adalah satu-satunya award ya yang dilaksanakan saya kira di dunia yang melaksanakan teamwork. Ya, kegiatan ini secara spesifik yang dilaksanakan hanya di Indonesia. Dan beberapa aktivitas teamwork yang kita lakukan, dan ini tentunya sangat menarik karena berbeda dengan award yang diselenggarakan di negara lain. Kita adalah satu-satunya yang melaksanakan teamwork untuk quality, yaitu menilai rekaman secara online. Nah, ini adalah lomba yang kita lakukan untuk quality, dan kita juga ada lomba untuk scheduling, membuat forecasting, membuat scheduling secara online, dan ini adalah ya satu-satunya juga ya. Telesales secara online kita juga lakukan. Ini adalah lomba menarik ya, juga untuk bersaing, memperlihatkan kemampuan untuk menjual, mempengaruhi orang. Kemudian ada reporting. Ini juga ada lomba membuat reporting. Ya, walaupun sekarang banyak robotik ya, tetapi kita harus membangun kompetensi orang-orang kita untuk mengetahui cara membuat report yang baik. Tak lupa ada smart team, ini kita juga lakukan, dan smart team ini ya memberikan kompetisi untuk memperlihatkan bahwa kita juga bisa melakukan lomba cerdas cermat ala contact center. Dan semua ini tentunya ya didukung oleh ketersediaan aplikasi yang memadai. Jadi kita membangun aplikasi untuk melakukan itu semua. Jadi 5 kategori yang kita lombakan, kita lakukan dengan aplikasi dan kita awasi dengan Zoom video conference. Sangat menyenangkan atau sangat kompetitif sekali karena semua peserta sangat komit untuk melaksanakan lomba dengan cara terbaik dan mereka komit pada ketentuan-ketentuan yang kita lakukan. sehingga memudahkan panitia untuk melaksanakan kegiatan ini dengan baik. Itu tadi lomba teamwork yang satu-satunya dilaksanakan di dunia, kayaknya harus dapat penghargaan itu ya untuk teamwork terbaik. Dan kita ada innovation program dan kita laksanakan ada 7 kategori yang kita lombakan, yaitu contact center operation, business contribution, technology innovation, digital media innovation, people development, employee engagement, dan customer experience. Nah, ini adalah kategori-kategori yang kita lombakan dan tentunya sangat menarik mengikuti video-video presentasi dari peserta. Kita melakukan selection dengan metode upload video presentation dan tentunya juga ada review presentation dari yang dilakukan oleh juri internasional. Ada juga online interview dari juri internasional yang dilakukan. Dan kita bisa saksikan bahwa dalam video kita, dalam Zoom meeting yang kita gunakan, juri-juri internasional berpartisipasi dari Guangzhou, China, dari Hong Kong, dari Thailand, Bangkok, kemudian dari Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, dari Singapura, dari Taiwan, ya. Kemudian ada dari juga ada dari Singapura, kemudian ada Malaysia, dan ada juga dari Australia, ya. Nah, ini ada beberapa juri yang bisa membantu kita di dalam melakukan penilaian. Total ada 12 juri yang terlibat dalam hal ini, ya. Ada Lily dari Guangzhou, ada Joyce dari Hong Kong, ada Jenny Kwek dari Malaysia, Tarun dari Thailand, Byron dari Malaysia, Kenneth dari Singapura, Bill dari Taiwan, kemudian ada Dave dari Singapura, ada Andrew dari Malaysia, kemudian ada Fiona dari Australia, ada Shane dari Australia, dan ada Agustin dari Singapura. Ya, ini semua adalah juri yang terlibat, dan tentunya proses yang mereka lalui tidaklah mudah, ya. Dan saya mencuplik 2 video presentasi peserta, ya. Ini tidak terlepas mereka menang atau tidak, ya saya hanya mencuplik 2 video ini, tapi saya tidak akan play, ya. Dalam video presentasi yang mereka tampilkan, mereka harus mencantumkan background daripada hal-hal yang mereka ingin paparkan. Ada data analisis, ada objektif yang dipaparkan, ada creativity, ada key activities, ada key responsibility, resources, key performance indicator, result, dan additional information. Semua ini tentunya dipaparkan oleh semua peserta dalam bentuk video. Dan kualitas videonya sangat-sangat bagus, ya, tentunya. Dan buat semua peserta itu akan mendapatkan skor dari Dewan Juri, dan kita bedakan antara bronze, silver, gold, dan platinum. Ya, tentunya yang bronze itu mendapatkan nilai 60 sampai 69, silver 70 sampai 79, gold 80 sampai 89, dan platinum 90 sampai 100. Ya. Ini adalah range yang kita gunakan untuk menetapkan medali atau piala yang piagam yang diterima oleh setiap peserta. Untuk kategori individual, ya, kita juga melaksanakan kegiatan ini, dan ini tentunya dilaksanakan dengan berbagai macam aktivitas, ya, mulai dari tryout, online test, upload video, kemudian online interview, semuanya kita lakukan, dan alhamdulillah bisa terlaksana dengan lancar. Dan kita juga memberikan bobot yang tentunya cukup menantang buat peserta. Jadi mereka harus mengikuti online test, ya, bobotnya 10%, kemudian video presentation bobotnya 45%, dan online interview juga harus diikuti dengan bobot 45%. Nah, ini semua dilaksanakan dan dihitung untuk menghitung skor dari masing-masing peserta. Dan kita juga menyiapkan online quiz ya. Jadi semua peserta itu yang mengikuti ujian itu diharapkan menggunakan online dan kita menggunakan video conference sebagai observation ya. Kemudian mereka mengupload video presentasinya, kita menggunakan streamable ya. Nanti video presentasinya dinilai oleh semua juri potluck dan kemudian ada online score. Pada saat pelaksanaan kita dibantu oleh moderator ya, dan partisipan akan ditanya oleh moderator dengan pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang spesifik, dan kita memiliki rata-rata sekitar 10 sampai 20 juri setiap harinya bertugas ya untuk setiap ruangan, dengan kita memiliki 3 ruangan yang berbeda. Jadi total sekitar 60 juri bertugas setiap hari. Dari semua juri kurang lebih 92 juri yang bertugas tahun ini. Dan ada 6 kategori best of the best dan ada 25 kategori reguler. Best of the best adalah kategori yang diperkenalkan di The Best Contact Center Indonesia khusus bagi pemenang yang ingin bertanding kembali. Karena kita berharap bahwa kita memang membatasi lomba The Best ini hanya untuk peserta-peserta yang baru bergabung, ya, sehingga memberikan motivasi dan memberikan kesempatan yang sama bagi setiap orang untuk memenangkan The Best Contact Center Indonesia. Dan bagi mereka yang sudah pernah menang, diberikan alokasi kategori khusus yang disebut sebagai Best of the Best. Dan tahun ini hanya 6 kategori yang dipertandingkan, ya, sedangkan sisanya ini adalah ya peserta-peserta yang baru pertama kali menjadi peserta atau yang sudah pernah bertanding tapi belum menang. Nah, inilah yang kita lombakan. Kemudian dari jumlah peserta, tentunya fantastis jumlah pesertanya tahun ini. Karena tadinya kita berharap bahwa pesertanya yang mungkin kurang dari 100 orang, yang penting terlaksana tahun ini. Namun luar biasa karena ternyata jumlah peserta yang mendaftar itu adalah 265 peserta dan yang mengikuti tahap kedua ada 255 peserta, walaupun tidak semuanya berhasil mengikuti lomba ini karena ada kondisi-kondisi tertentu termasuk kondisi kesehatan yang tidak memungkinkan mereka untuk bertanding. Dan besok kami akan mengumumkan sebanyak 122 pemenang untuk 31 kategori. Ya. Jadi rata-rata pemenangnya adalah 4 orang untuk satu kategori, ya. Hanya ada 2 kategori yang pemenangnya hanya 3. Kemudian untuk pemenang individu kita juga memberikan penghargaan, jadi tidak hanya berupa medali, tapi kita juga memberikan sertifikat dan tentunya karena kita tidak bisa memberikan dalam bentuk uang, maka kita berikan dalam bentuk emas. Emas penghargaan yang diberikan mungkin ini lebih kecil dibandingkan hadiah-hadiah tahun-tahun sebelumnya, namun kita berharap bahwa hadiah ini cukup memadai untuk memberikan apresiasi kepada rekan-rekan yang menjadi pemenang. Tentunya hal ini semua bisa kita lakukan karena dukungan sponsor-sponsor yang luar biasa. Di samping itu, untuk menghimpun semua medali yang dikumpulkan, piala yang dikumpulkan, kami juga memberikan penghargaan kepada top 10 winners yang memenangkan hadiah, tentunya yang platinum terbanyak ya itu akan memenangkan top 10 winners. Dan ada 10 pemenang yang akan meraih penghargaan berdasarkan platinum terbanyak. Jika jumlah platinumnya sama, maka gold terbanyak. Jika goldnya sama, maka silver terbanyak. begitu juga selanjutnya yang bronze terbanyak. Jadi ada 10, dan yang pemenang pertama akan mendapatkan sebagai pemenang Grand Champion, dan selanjutnya adalah runner up. Itu paparan saya mengenai The Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020. Terima kasih atas partisipasi Anda pada kegiatan lomba ini, dan doa saya semoga Anda menang buat diumumkan besoknya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Andi Anugrah atas sambutannya. Seperti yang sudah kita ketahui, era digital saat ini sudah merambah ke dalam pemberdayaan tenaga kerja. Banyak ataupun cara-cara yang bisa kita lakukan untuk memberdayakan karyawan yang terlibat dengan pelanggan generasi berikutnya. Seperti dipersonalisasi, cerdas, kontekstual, dan juga mudah. Berkaitan dengan topik ini, kita akan menghadirkan pembicara pertama, yaitu Juliet Lee, selaku Regional Manager Customer Experience Solution dari Avaya, dan tim Matthew Solution Director Asia Pacific Digital and Assisted Service dari Verin. Topik yang akan dibawakan adalah Customer Experience will only get you so far, multi-experience is the next wave. Please, welcome to Juliet Lee and Tim Matthew.
Halo semuanya, selamat pagi. Good morning,
Selamat
everyone.
pagi.
Can you guys see me and can you guys see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a privilege to be here. Every year, I think, we are participating in ICCA Contact Center Conference, and this year we are still here, and we will be here for the next years until when the times come. So today our focus will talk about one topic, as you can see from my screen. CX will only get you so far. Multi-experience is the next wave. So you have a questions. So what is multi-experience, right? So you're in the right sessions. We will start. But before that, let me introduce my speaker today. I have Tim with me. Tim Matthew. So I'm actually the regional manager of CX solutions for Avaya. I have Tim Matthew, as what MC has introduced. He's actually the solutions director APAC from the digital and assisted service from Verin. Let me start. So we have sometimes here. So if you have any questions, please raise your question in the chat and we'll try to address you. You can type in Bahasa as well, because I'm actually an Indonesian. I can speak Bahasa. Jadi kalau ada pertanyaan silahkan di chat, dan karena tim tidak bisa berbahasa Indonesia, jadi mungkin saya akan jadi translator. But I will deliver the message in today sessions in English. Okay? So before we moving so far, before we talk about multi-experience, what happened? Right? So the first things that I think strike into the mind currently with everyone is pandemic. Before even we talk about customer experience, everything's come forward us is pandemic. We are still in the midst of this. We call it like a phenomenon, or we call it like a anomaly. We call it like things that happened in 2020, which is this pandemic. If things that you are having the most in FY, maybe in 2019 was something like you bring across tissue, or things that you always on your hand. But this year, specifically things that always with you, I believe is a mask. So that is the change I think is happening. And when come into pandemic, so what is actually happened in your life, in us, in contact center? So if I can just bring up some things that we have seen, basically we hear this is from the customer. These are the challenges that have happened. Work from home become a normal. We have limited resources. Maybe we have a budget cut. We have a job cutting. We have a project delay. Social distancing has to be done everywhere. There is no focus about things, or a lot of things are putting in KIV mode. So when we're facing so much of dilemma, so much of problems, or so much of this anomaly, what should we do in contact center? How the entire end-to-end experience, customer experience change? I believe there are a lot of adjustment that has been done this year. So when I'm seeing this year towards, like, I think we have been in this pandemic for 9 months and 10 months, I think up to now should be around almost a year. What has changed? Are we still the ones that 10 months ago when we do things, are we still the ones that doing the normal things that we do previously? No, I believe everyone has changed. Everyone changed the way that we are doing business, the way that we are operating, the way that we are doing the ICCA conference. Everything is virtual right now. We can even do performance online. We can do judgment online. We can do a lot of things, and things has been shifted. So who is currently the most, how can we say that, who is currently the best will be the one that actually adapting the change the most, looking at the current situations. But I believe it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing to basically let's implement something to tomorrow to enable everyone to basically change the way that it works, has been there for 10 years. So there are a lot of changes that we've seen, especially in contact center, when it comes to the COVID-19 remote workers, when it comes to the moving infrastructure, when it comes to the enhancement of doing things, and when it comes to omnichannel itself, right? So the points that I wanted to raise here is that, so what was the ones that we did 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, and this year? Then it brings back the story when we talk about omnichannel, right? So for the past 3 years, I believe a lot of companies, we are actually focusing on omnichannel. A lot of customer experience, customer story, or we build a case study, we build projects, we build a lot of initiative, innovations that are focusing surrounding the omnichannel. Right, omnichannel is one thing. What we realize, there are a lot of things sometimes where we are too focused on putting things on the omnichannel. We are too focusing on putting things in what we call it aiding a channel. What went wrong? Actually, nothing wrong. Yeah, it's still right. If you see the Forrester research that I'm putting right there, they are mentioning about, yeah, you see that from the past 2017, 18, 19, we have seen that people are adding channels, people are trying to enhance their customer experience on top of whatever they already have. This is the result. Is customer really happy with the solutions that we're putting into our contact center by adding in more channels? Which the customer is actually, are we getting more business outcome that we wanted by adding in all this channel into the contact center? Or we have initiate a couple projects that is related to omnichannel because this is my KPI. Is there some things that are really, really important? Or is it some things that we need to basically look back and see, hey, what went wrong? Are we improving, or things has changed? So that's where come into what we call it a term that is omnichannel fatigue, where we are maybe too confused when we are some things that we unable to basically measure the performance, yet we are still adding things on top of what we already have. So that is where I think from Avaya, our focus right now, what we are trying to help our customer with is that trying to look it into more broader picture. The omnichannel is a massively undefined term. We know that. So we depend on which vendor, which type of vendor, you will get a different interpretations that suit you what we wanted to do. But now what we are trying to bring this buzzword is what we call it a multi-experience. So in this evolve and experience economy, I believe that there are more things that is coming in. Yes, digitalize everything. Yes, there is a must. There is not something like, oh, it's an optional things anymore. But beyond that, what we are trying to combine here is not just that channels, but how we actually bring these entire things right here. If you can see, touch, gesture, emotion, location, voice, eye tracking, mobile, wearable, shopping, travel, works, home. All this is actually is the evolving, as where this is about the channels, is about the, we can call it like IoT, Internet of Devices, or we can call it even the artificial intelligence. Everything will come in play, and it will be having more and more, it will grow more, especially during this pandemic and after the this is during the new normal. So hence, this is where we see the maturity matters, right? So when the maturities that we see our evolving, our evolutions in the contact center, there are things that we have seen, these things is growing. So we started with the voice. I believe everyone that is attending here should have a voice channel at least. We goes to the multi-channel. A lot of people, a lot of the companies are already probably in this stage that we are having omni-channel. And the next thing is that, yes, we started AI somewhere, like maybe last year, we have chatbot, we have some AI actually embedded into the contact center. Yeah, that's the right thing. But where else? Where are we going? Have we actually put another, what we call it, another element into our mind, which is we call it the EX, the employment experience. I think that's where we wanted to basically bring the journey. Voice, multi-channel, omni-channel, we adding up an AI enhanced channel for a cost reductions, for automation, for a self-service, basically to drive towards that multi-experience where we combine another level, we call it a CX and EX, which is customer experience and also the employee experience. Okay, so now I'm just going to focus. There's a lot of things behind the multi-experience, but due to the time, due to the things that we have today, I'm just wanted to focus on three things. So today, if you go back, please look at these ingredients and see how we can actually think back what we already have in your contact center today and how we can basically move forward and grow from there. Okay, please take note of some of these things. I believe there are some quiz later on that probably you need to answer. So yeah, just take note of some of the terms and the things that we are using right now. Okay, so I will start with number one. It's predictive analytics. It's some things that we find is the ingredients that when we talk about multi-experience. Why? When we say about things that we have done, when we deploy omni-channel, when we deploy a new channel into the contact center, and we deploy it for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and 6 months, and we added 3 channels maybe in 2019 and so forth. Now maybe the implementation has been done for like 2 years. So now actually what is important is that, hey, stop, don't continue. Probably we think that, hey, don't stop to add more channels, but let's actually review. So this is something that we wanted to say about. And second things is that we wanted to see is about contact center and unified communication synergy. This is the second important points that I think the ingredients that we wanted to bring into the table. When we talk about contact center and unified communication, how these two components can be linked up together. If we are too focused on contact center, but we don't really connect it back to our back office or enterprise, there might be something wrong, where you don't have the end-to-end customer experience, where we start the conversations about the end-to-end customer experience itself. The third thing is, not but not least, is the AI and conversational users interfaces. So I will go through a little bit detail about each of these ingredients. Okay, so if you have any questions, if you want to deep dive or you are interested of this technology, feel free to reach out to us. I have my email, I have my LinkedIn, or anything that you can reach out to us after these sessions. Let me just get into the points that what we meant by all these three ingredients. I will start. Number one is the predictive analytics. From this pillar of the enables, number one, what we call it a predictive analytics, basically is using whatever data you already have, whatever history, whatever customer feedbacks that you already have, and doing something about it before we actually engage them again. So if you see on the left pillar, the left side, what are the source of the data? It could be from your CRM, it could be from e-commerce or knowledge management, where we are going to actually deep dive with you today with him. And we have social, you have a marketing data, we have all the communication analytics, your call recording, your text interest, and so forth. So all these things will be actually used as part of the things. So what we are going to do like here is that what is the customer journey on the customer journey and the analytics itself. Okay, and then now we are moving into a stage when we call let us engage the customer. So when we are focusing on the engaging customer, this is where we use the data. We use the data, and then after that, we engage the customer. It could be through a proactive outreach. It could be through a dynamic self-service. It could be through an intelligence outbound itself. So this is the focus of the predictive analytics itself. And so what? So this is a game changer, right? So when we talk about why it helps, is because now we are not catching just simply the channel that customer wanted, but we actually catching all the, the touch about the ears, the minds, the mouth, everything that they hear. So everything is from the brain, starting from the eyes and from the ear. Whatever they listen, which is we think it will be effective, and the easiness to actually reach out to them. And most important, we understand about the emotion. So that is where the predictive analytics tell us the most about the emotion itself. And that is the important points, because that is where we understand the emotional component of the customer experience. And the most behind that is that when we can discover the root causes behind the NPS score, that's where we know how to grow. So that's the first point. I'm going to move to the second point when I talk about contact center and unified communication synergy. So what is this all about? Well, we know that contact center is very broad. We're starting from the customer journey. I think this is familiar with you. This could be an end-to-end process of customer that is going through your website, that is going through your live chat, that is getting a history via your things. The chat is actually transferred to agent. There is conversation that is recorded, happening in your call recording system, and there could be found there is a capabilities to do the cross-channel capability as well. But hey, what happens if the contact center agents can't serve your customer? Are we going to basically stop there? And hey, sorry, my branch people is going to contact you in the next 3 days. Oh, this moment I can't do it. So probably let me log a ticket to my branch and they will give you back a call. Or maybe let me reach out to you or get back to you. I will send out you an email. That is actually the broken points that we have seen during this era still, and is still there. So what we are trying to embark here, what you're trying to basically enhance the entire thing, is to bring the expert, bring the back office people actually coming into the contact center itself. So how we can have that seamless transition, seamless handover, for not just from the channel, the self-service to the agent, but from the agent to basically to the enterprise people behind the scene. Okay, so this is where I think Avaya, we have this unique positionings where we are the leader for contact center and unified communications. We have the solutions that is covering the contact center and also your back office process that comes to the collaborations, and also to do escalations that is helping you to achieve the end-to-end customer story. So what we are trying to basically solve here is basically eliminates that broken customer journey. How we can do that? Because the disintegrations between this corporate department, like in this case, it could be your branch expert, it could be the private bankers, right? So this is actually one of the dilemma, one of the issues that people found it. So the solutions that we have here I'm not going to the solutions today, but this is the things that we are trying to help our customer with, is to basically help them to complete the end-to-end process digitally. It could be paperless, it could be simply just a click to launch a video call. It could be from the contact center, you just launch a web and send the calls to a back office. It could be a dispatcher, it could be anything else. As long as we are connecting that broken journey from contact center to the branch expert and to the private banker. Okay, so that's my second point. Now I'm coming to my third point, which is the last point of today, when I talk about AI and conversational user interfaces. Yeah, I think everyone is talking about AI. Everyone's talking about conversational user interface that will bring the story end to end to complete this. But we're talking about a shift of paradigm itself. Whether you agree with me today, the new internet is about this. It's not about like I'm going to Google and search or something and I'm doing whatever things that I wanted and try to find a phone number and things like that, and then I call into contact center and I'm doing ABCDTFG. No, the new internet, I think every customer expecting that it should be easy. Again, back to my previous point, it should be easy. And when I wanted to click, the voice AI bots is there. I have a simple messaging platform that is deployed on my app, or it could be on my native app, it could be on my website, as long as it's simple. It could be WhatsApp, as simple as that. And it should be a digital collaboration. I don't need to go to a counter and then have everything printed out, give a sign, give a chop, give a things. No, we can't meet. Today, we can't even go to a center. We need permissions to do everything. So we have to basically move all these things to be, we call it a digital collaborations. E-signature has to be improved, documentations, or we call it like even the e-faxing. It should be a paperless processes today. And you can't have like expect people have to deliver a hard copy to your office just to do an order or buying something. No, we change. And this is where I think it's very important that we have to make things in place and then make sure that we are ready, else we are going to be behind. And once the process is getting slower, I think what happened, our business will be actually getting slow as well. And the last but not least is the thing is that how we actually use the data. The knowledge management, now data are everywhere. Now the things is not like we are storing in any tab of things like that. No, it's all online. So how we actually collect all this data and provide the best thing to our customer. That's where I think we link back to the rise of the super apps, where now we all talk about APIs, how we move to the cloud microservices infrastructure, all the sorts of the cloud services, the Kubernetes or things. So we are moving to all these things, and we are trying to make sure that we are on that. Okay. The next thing is just, okay, so it's easily anything that is commercial commerce. I think this one, everyone should be very familiar. Today, if you have a taxi, you just have to go to Grab app or Gojek or whatever things just to get a car. Order food delivery, you have all sorts of Food Panda, you have all sorts of delivery, Grab food and so forth. Buy movie tickets, watching online, order a shoe, everything. So all things will be a commercial commerce anymore. And yeah, this is where I think we really have to look at it into a strategy and how we actually apply all this conversational AI strategy into the contact center. Okay, so I'm just going to share something that I think this is the actions that people are looking right now. This is the trend. Okay, and but I'm not going to focus on this particular topic today, but this is where I think I'm seeing the shift will be going into the future. And we talk about deploying, we talk about extending our contact center capability of the channels. We talk about bringing the bot, we bringing the voice bot story, the chat bot story, the automations, the agent assist, everything's into the streams. And last but not least, I think one key is very important that team, what we'll actually share with us today is basically the enterprise knowledge management. We wanted to share with you more about the source. So where are the source of this data? It's very easy. I mean, today you can build a chatbot, you can build an AI bot, you just get 10 questions and then after that populated into the AI and then train the AI and the AI will just answer you, yes, can I book a taxi? Yes. How much is that? Where do you want to go? That is one use case. But again, where are the source of data? How we actually maintain the data? Who is the source of truth? Who are the how do we filter those data? What's the role? And what is the organizational hierarchy? Is this data is from the contact center? Is applied to customer? Is it applied to the agent only? So that's where I think the enterprise knowledge management is the answer. You need to have one key, one enterprise knowledge management that you can trust to basically bring this source of data. It's not easy. I know some people try to have the enterprise knowledge management. It's just so difficult. But if you never start from the first step, I think you will not move anywhere. I think that is my thoughts. And team, I will pass the sessions to you to go more deeper about this enterprise knowledge management. Then we can come back to me again. Then I will do the wrap up. How is it?
Thank you, Juliet. Hello, everybody. Tim Matthews here. Let me just share my screen. Okay, hoping that you can see that screen now. So the concept of enterprise KM is really, I think, more relevant now than it's ever been. Before COVID, you really could avoid having an enterprise structured knowledge base because you could always rely on the best people in your organization. Think of the example in a contact center where you've got maybe for every 100 agents, you've got maybe 5 or 10 of them that have been there a long time and they really know everything inside out. And then maybe you've got at the other end 10 or 20 people that are new hires, not so experienced. If they get stuck, what can they do? If they haven't got access to a knowledge base, they can simply answer that, ask that best person, get an answer pretty quickly. It's very difficult now. So what we're really looking at is a way of replicating that concept where the knowledge is in the heads of your best people, trying to replicate that across so that the whole organization can get hold of it. And we use this concept we call knowledge as a service. So for me, this is a great example of the multi-experience. You are not providing one set of knowledge up to your customer self-service website or mobile app, for example, and then a completely different knowledge base up to your contact center agents and a completely different one again to your back office people. You have a common knowledge base and you serve it up everywhere. There's really 3 principles, I think, that I wanted to show, and I'm actually going to show you like a screenshot of demonstration to give the example. There's really 3 principles here. One is to deliver knowledge consistently, no matter where it's going. So that's this idea I've talked about here. Secondly, the idea of knowledge as a service is that you push knowledge up, and I call it contextually. The word context, or contextually in English, for me means we relate the knowledge or we drive the knowledge based on what the customer or the user is doing. So this turns the model around. We're not asking anybody to do a search. Think again in your contact center, when the call comes in or the live chat comes in, you don't want the agent to then stop and say, I'm just going to look that up for you. You actually want the conversation that's being had to be used automatically so that when the agent is ready, we automatically have pushed the knowledge up there. It's being suggested to them straight up. And then the third important piece to knowledge as a service is to make the provision of knowledge a guided process. Just the same way in some of your desktop applications, I'm sure you have a guided process. So if a customer comes in and you need to identify them, you have a set of questions you ask, or you have a process that you go through. The same thing we can do with knowledge. We can use that to support these processes. So I wanted to use all of those concepts in a single flow there. So let's move on and see how this can look. So if you can see the screen there, we've got a simulated agent desktop. So this is the Avaya desktop. On the left-hand side, the desktop there can handle the interactions. And on the right-hand side, we've got Verint Knowledge Management plugged in. It's a seamless integration there. So to the user, it just looks like one screen. So we've got Sarah, she's in our contact center. She's using this Avaya workspace and she's going to handle live chats with customers. While she's waiting for an interaction to come, so she's just in a wait state now, we can at least still utilize the concept of knowledge as a service here. So we're going to push up some trending knowledge to her. In particular, you may have your daily blasts that you want to push out, like team leader briefings, coronavirus updates, etc. So this is relevant to Sarah, not necessarily relevant to a particular conversation yet. And you could make some of these mandatory reads and ask her to tick them, etc. So this makes it a lot easier to get that important information out to everybody, rather than relying on people to read emails or to ask, you know, the top performers in your organization. Gets more interesting though. Over on your website, we've got David Campbell. He's talking to your chatbot. We call it a virtual assistant, intelligent virtual assistant. This is a finance use case. He wants to get a loan for his car. And you can see even during this process, we can serve knowledge up. So this little bottom piece here, car loan options for existing customers, can come up from knowledge. I'll just stop here and make the point. There's nothing new about chatbots. I'm sure you're all quite familiar with them. And nothing new about a chatbot providing information and content like we've got in the bottom half of the screen. The problem that I've seen, and this is part of the omni-channel problem, is that chatbot vendors will often encourage you to build all of the answers into the chatbot database. All you're doing is creating a new silo there. Leave the chatbot to do what it's good at, which is mimicking or emulating the human conversation, working out what David is asking, and then deciding how we're going to answer that. And if the answer involves providing some knowledge, in the background, automatically go to the knowledge system and bring back the chunk of knowledge from the enterprise knowledge base. That is exactly the same place the agent can get it from and everyone else can get it from. So it's perfectly consistent. Now, in this use case, it turns out David already has one car loan with our organization and he wants a second one. So now we're talking about a multi-car loan. Under the rules that the chatbot works by, it's not capable of completing that. So it needs to hand it over to the live agent. So here's our live handover. At this point down in the bottom there, you can see, can I connect you to an agent? We say yes. And we're back to Sarah now. And at this point, the live chat pops. So again, this is pretty standard technology I'm sure you're familiar with. What we do to offer knowledge as a service here is we pick up the context of what's going on the left-hand side. So if we look there, hi David, I'm Sarah, you're looking for another car loan with us, that's right. This next line, and you've already got a car loan with us, so this is for a multi-vehicle loan, correct? Now, in the old model, Sarah would then have to go and do a search for multi-vehicle loan and find out what are the procedures related to that. In the new model, we automatically pick up that string there. We pass it across to the knowledge system in the background, and based on that, we automatically bring suggested knowledge up for Sarah. So that's what I mean by contextual knowledge. So that will happen in real time. That will happen as I call it knowledge at the speed of conversation. No need to stop and do a search. It's just appears there. Then Sarah opens up the first document. This brings me to that third point I made, which is make your knowledge a guided process. So we still don't really know what we've got to do with a multi-car loan. It could have quite a few steps involved in it. So with the new knowledge model, you can actually build a guided process. And the general rule of the rule here is if you could flowchart it, if you could draw it up on a whiteboard with lots of steps there, we can build a decision tree and a knowledge system like a Variant 1. So she's opened up this knowledge item and it's got the first question based on what is asked or what is answered to the first question. It'll guide to an option for a second question and so on. It's a branching structure there. So it has many possible paths, and we really just want to take the customer down the ideal one or the one that's relevant. So we can see as the conversation goes on that in fact the multi-vehicle loan, yes, what type of car are you considering, yes, but we get to a point where there's an exception. Is the vehicle factory standard? No, it's a custom build Aston Martin. So under this scenario, we now need to conference in somebody else here. And this is where we bring in the back office as well into exactly the same regime. So Sarah can then say, I've got to bring in a specialist. And using the good advice technology. She can conference in the underwriter, who's a more senior person, excuse me, and that's Alan. Alan can have the same desktop, can have all the same contextual knowledge being offered up. So Alan's looking at his desktop, but also participating in the chat. And Alan, using his skills, says, I think that I can probably close this deal right now if I offer a 3% discount on the loan rate. And once he says 3% discount on the loan rate, that piece of knowledge is automatically pulled up from the knowledge base. One click, and he can share that in the chat, automatically goes back to the customer there. If you think about what that would take to do in a traditional model where you've got to search for the knowledge each time, there's 2 or 3 searches that would have had to happen. I think David Campbell on the website would have had to have done one, Sarah would have had to have done one, and Alan would have had to have done one. The average handling would have been quite longer. They might have got a set of results that they don't really understand and they need to research. Ultimately, the whole thing is a lot slower and a lot more clunky there. For an inexperienced agent, this becomes really powerful. You effectively guide them into how they do their work. So we find one of the big benefits here is we save a lot of training time when staff come on board. So at this point, the use case finishes because we ask the customer, can we get this loan approved? The customer really just wants to think about it. And at any point in the future, using the Avaya technology, we can just pick this whole thread up when the customer comes in, and we can keep the record of all the knowledge that was offered there. In the longer scenario of this, we could go on and we could pass it into a back office, into case management. We could embed knowledge into case. We could have feedback routines so that we've got the voice of the customer relating to not just the conversation, but also the knowledge they read, and get the overall view of what they thought of the experience, both on how the conversation was handled, but also the content or the knowledge that they were given as well. So very short and sweet demo that I think is, you get the idea. It's demonstrating the multi-experience concept. So we covered a few different users all getting knowledge served up to them. And it shows that you really don't need to be limited by a work from home or a remote routine here. In fact, you've got an opportunity to do better by delivering all this up, particularly for your less experienced staff here. If you're interested in that, there's probably 2 things that you've got to consider. Number one is, what is the business case for knowledge? Sometimes knowledge management business cases aren't as obvious and easy to construct as some others. We can certainly give you help with that, but just give you a few examples. Serving knowledge up to the customer directly, we found that by using this model, online resolution can be much higher. We had one customer that doubled their online resolution. So that means when the customer came to the website, they got what they wanted 2 times or double what they previously did. In the contact center itself, by having these guided processes and the knowledge offered there on time, we find quite a big improvement in the quality of support. And one example is one customer of ours had a 40% reduction in escalations. So the agent that took the first conversation with a customer was able to complete it a lot more. The third one I've already talked about, reducing agent time. A 50% reduction in agent training time is quite typical. We had one customer that managed to do 80%. So imagine if you had, say, a 10-week or 8-week time from hiring a new staff member, going through all the classroom training and then the buddying, etc. It took you, say, 8 to 10 weeks to full productivity. If you could halve that, I mean, that's really money in the bank for you. And then lastly, putting all this together, we had pretty impressive improvements in customer satisfaction, depending on how you measure it. NPS is obviously the most common one. So across a whole range of dimensions, really good business case expectations there that have been realised. And as I said, we can help you out building those business cases. So how to use KM effectively now? If you've already got what I'm talking about, that's fantastic. I think all you really need to do is just think about what are your use cases and get going. If you haven't got it, as Juliet said, it sometimes can seem a big leap from where you are. But I would encourage you just to start small, just pick out your best or your most important use cases, your top call drivers, and implement this concept of contextual knowledge and guided processes just for that. Work with your team to get the feedback, then go to the next and the next and the next. Over time, it'll build out quite quickly, but you certainly don't have to have a big bang approach. What we then do is use the analytics coming out of both the Verint system and the Avaya system to determine how well knowledge as a service, or the contextual knowledge, is delivering the result, in particular where the gaps are. We use that to set our priorities as to what should be next and next and next. To do all of this, a starting point, I would do two things. Firstly, I would get your domain experts. So that would be the go-to people in your contact center, in your back office, in your self-service management team. Pull them together and say, how could we improve our knowledge as a service? Then get us in. Avaya and Verint really can come and help facilitate this process and give you lots of good ideas on how to get the business case together, how to do your roadmap, and then ultimately how to deploy each stage there. So I hope that gave you just a quick overview of just one dimension of the multi-experience and some practical ideas of how you might realize it. And having said that, I'm going to hand back to Juliet. Thanks, Juliet.
Thanks, Matthew.
Just
Just going to summarize it. Yep, just in short one, I'm just going to summarize back what we have mentioned. All right, so 3 ingredients, right? So predictive analytics is something that just now, what Tim mentioned, that is basically related to how the knowledge use the AI to basically tell to serve the agent as serve the customer. And for contact and UC synergy, that is where I think we can bring in the back office people to coming in. And for the AI and conversational UI interface is something that just now you're looking at as our Avaya workspace things. So with that, I think this is the multi-experience to go. If you haven't started, it's not too late. You can start today. You can always come back to us, Avaya. You have all the contact. If you still don't know who is Avaya, okay, after this, I think you will know about that. Thank you so much for the sessions today. Hope you guys feel it's helpful, and we'll see you again.
Thank you.
And Tim Matthew for the presentation. Kami akan membuka kuis pertama dari Avaya. Silakan Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan untuk menjawab dengan cara scan QR code yang muncul pada tampilan layar. Pastikan jawabannya benar untuk mendapatkan hadiah voucher OVO untuk 3 orang pemenang. Masing-masing nominal Rp100.000. Ayo segera lakukan scan QR code-nya. Kami berikan waktu 1 menit untuk menjawab. Pastikan nama, nomor WhatsApp, dan email yang Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan input sesuai dan benar. Karena nanti panitia akan menghubungi Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan. Jangan dilewatkan untuk kuis dari Avaya. Mari Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan dijawab ya segera untuk kuisnya. Hadiahnya voucher OVO senilai Rp100.000. Ayo segera jawab Terima kasih untuk Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan yang sudah mengisi untuk kuisnya. Masih dengan tema era digital, di mana cakupannya sangat luas, selain mempersiapkan karyawan berkualitas, juga harus diimbangi dengan wawasan teknologi yang canggih, supaya operasional kontak center Bapak Ibu berjalan lancar dan baik. Untuk lebih jelasnya, Genesis akan membawakan materi Genesis and Google Cloud Powering the Future of Customer Experience. Sebelumnya, kami akan menginformasikan peserta boleh memberikan pertanyaan pada kolom Q&A karena dari 3 pertanyaan terbaik dari pembicara akan memilih pemenangnya. Mari kita sambut Bapak Hunadi Budiartono, Bapak Sugianto Raharja, dan Bapak Dodi Kartiwa. Waktu kami persilakan.
Halo, selamat pagi semuanya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Hunadi dari Genesis. Pagi ini kami ingin memperkenalkan kerjasama dari Genesis dengan Google. Jadi pada awalnya sekitar lebih dari 2 tahun lalu, Genesis dengan Google sudah memasuki strategic partnership, di mana dimunculkan, kalau Bapak Ibu sekalian yang hadir pada saat Google Summit di San Francisco pertengahan 2018, itu kita sudah memunculkan bagaimana integrasi yang sangat erat antara Google dengan Genesis, dengan Google Contact Center AI, pemunculan perdana di dunia, itu dengan eBay. Jadi itu adalah salah satu major e-commerce di Amerika Serikat yang juga ada di seluruh dunia, di mana memanfaatkan teknologi Genesis dengan Google Contact Center AI. Nah, untuk itu sekarang kita mau bawa kerjasama ini, kita mau memperlihatkan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian di Indonesia untuk melihat bagaimana kita bisa menerapkannya secara operasional. Kita nggak bicara mengenai high level di sini, tapi kita melihat bagaimana benar-benar kita bisa merasakan teknologi ini dan kita bisa memanfaatkan baik Anda mulai dari perusahaan kecil sampai perusahaan enterprise besar. Dalam hal ini, dengan senang saya ingin perkenalkan presenter kita. Itu adalah Pak Sugianto Raharja, Head of Sales dari Google Cloud Indonesia. Jadi beliau akan membawakan informasi mengenai Google Contact Center AI, dan juga ada Pak Dodi Kartiwa, Principal Consultant dari Genesis, yang akan memperlihatkan bagaimana integrasi itu berjalan, bagaimana kita bisa memanfaatkannya untuk customer-customer kita. Untuk itu saya persilahkan Pak Sugianto untuk memulainya.
Halo semuanya, selamat datang di acara Conversational AI with Google Genesis webinar. Selamat pagi semuanya. Nah, mungkin saya akan mulai dengan sejarah dari Google 22 tahun yang lalu, di mana Google memulai dengan menemukan search engine. Itu adalah hari yang bersejarah buat Google, karena semenjak itu Google mulai berkutat dengan data. Nah, Google menerapkan misi yang namanya Organize the world information and make it universally accessible and useful. Nah, misi ini sebetulnya mendrive semua inisiatif yang ada di Google hingga saat ini. Nah, kalau kita lihat lebih lanjut, ya, misinya itu sebetulnya adalah mendrive dari apa saja. Nah, kalau kita lihat mendrive dari sisi apa yang bisa mempermudah dari sisi usaha manusia, ya. Nah, ini dipermungkinkan karena adanya teknologi yang namanya artificial intelligence. Nah, artificial intelligence ini membantu dalam kehidupan kita sehari-hari. Contohnya email, ya. Bagaimana email itu proses pengetikannya bisa dibantu dengan proses compose, misalkan, ya. Searching foto, di situ juga bagaimana searching foto akan bisa lebih dipermudah dengan adanya rekomendasi, ya. Kemudian juga bisa menembus batas-batas dari bahasa, ya, proses translasi, itu bisa dimungkinkan dengan yang namanya artificial intelligence. Bahkan di dunia kesehatan, terlebih lagi untuk diagnosa penyakit yang memang banyak membantu kehidupan manusia. Nah, semua ini dimungkinkan karena Google pada tahun 2014 itu mengakuisisi yang namanya DeepMind. Ini adalah leading edge teknologi yang memang fokus untuk AI research, ya. Nah, di sana memang banyak research mengenai bagaimana suara manusia, ya, terus kemudian perubahan dari teks menjadi speech, ya, dan ini dimungkinkan karena memang fokus dari DeepMind ini, ya memang pada dasarnya bagaimana mengajar, mentrain gitu ya, bagaimana supaya proses tadi bisa sesuai dengan kehidupan nyata sehari-hari. Nah, ini yang menarik karena dari sinilah lahir dengan yang namanya Google AI, ya, dan prosesnya semua disentralisasi dan unitnya didedikasikan menuju ke sana dan diterapkan untuk semua produk-produknya Google. Nah, apa aja sih produk Google yang memakai teknologi AI ini? Contohnya Search, Chrome, ya, bahkan Android, Gmail, Maps, mungkin yang sering kita pakai sehari-hari membantu kita untuk bagaimana kita berangkat ke kantor, pulang dari kantor, mencari jalan-jalan yang sulit, itu pun mempergunakan AI. Nah, disinilah dimulai adventure-nya Google, ya, untuk bagaimana teknologi ini bisa diterapkan untuk keperluan yang lainnya. Nah, bagaimana kalau misalkan teknologi AI ini dipakai untuk keperluan contact center? Nah, kita lihat lebih jauh, ya, karena ini menyangkut dengan yang namanya hyper personalized experience. Bagaimana meningkatkan customer experience secara lebih eksepsional. Nah, bila kita terapkan hal ini, AI ini, ya, dari Google untuk membantu dari sisi contact center, tentunya diharapkan adalah bisa meningkatkan dari sisi yang namanya experience tadi lebih eksepsional, terus kemudian juga dari sisi operational efficiency, itu yang penting. Kemudian selain itu juga kita bisa melihat bagaimana akurasi, ya, proses pemahaman itu lebih sangat akurat. Kemudian proses interaksinya secara natural. Kemudian juga suaranya betul-betul seperti suara manusia, ya, bukan suara siapapun, robot, ya, memang pada dasarnya meniru suara manusia, tapi tetap belum natural. Kemudian juga yang terakhir adalah proses deployment, ya, terhadap existing workflow yang memang sudah ada, proses yang sudah berjalan. Nah, bagaimana bisa bind terhadap itu? Nah, ini yang menarik. Nah, kita lihat lebih lanjut. Nah, jadi apa yang sebetulnya dirubah di situ adalah satu, suara robotik tentunya akan menjadi suara seperti manusia, di mana ini akan secara otomatis di-generate on the fly. Kemudian rule based kita rubah menjadi AI power, ya, virtual agent, ya, artinya agent yang bisa tersedia setiap saat, virtual, ya, konsisten dan tidak mengenal lelah tentunya, dan dibantu oleh AI sehingga bisa mengerti seperti layaknya manusia. Clunky speech transcription, nah, di mana di sini suara yang kadang-kadang meleot-leot dan tidak jelas gitu kan, ya, tidak meniru seperti suara manusia, ini bisa di auto tune, ya, di mana ini di drive juga oleh AI yang bisa akan mengerti, meng-tune sesuai dengan yang diinginkan. Kemudian juga searching, ya, proses searching ini bisa dimanfaatkan untuk memberikan rekomendasi. Nah, rekomendasi yang real time memang pada dasarnya. Nah, ini yang bisa lebih menarik lagi. Nah, ini yang kita namakan contact center artificial intelligence, atau disingkat itu adalah sisi AI. Nah, bagaimana komponen-komponen yang membentuk itu? Yang pertama adalah conversational core. Ini adalah sebetulnya otak dari semua dari proses yang ada. Ini ibaratnya adalah CPU, ya, brain. Nah, ini yang pada dasarnya memberikan kemampuan untuk berbicara, understand, dan juga interact, ya. Kemudian yang kedua itu adalah virtual agent AI. Nah, virtual agent ini adalah memang yang 24/7 ibaratnya, tidak kenal lelah, akan secara konsisten memberikan informasi, melakukan proses conversation, ya. Nah, kemudian yang berikutnya adalah agent assist AI. Nah, tentunya ada agent tetap dibutuhkan, human agent, karena memang kadang-kadang kan tetap ada komplain misalkan dan seterusnya. Tapi tentunya agent ini harus dibantu. Nah, agent ini harus bisa di-assist oleh apa? Di-assist oleh AI. Nah, AI ini akan membantu agent tersebut sehingga agent tersebut akan sangat bisa mendapatkan kemudahan dari sisi rekomendasi informasi, ya. Terus kemudian juga script dan seterusnya. Nah, ini akan secara otomatis diberikan oleh AI tersebut. Nah, yang terakhir adalah Insight AI. Nah, Insight AI ini adalah sebetulnya proses dari analitik, ya, analitik yang bisa memberikan metrik, ya, terus kemudian secara real time. Contohnya apa? Itu adalah real time sentiment analysis, ya, bahkan sampai dengan bagaimana customer itu harus di call, kenapa customer itu kadang-kadang ngambek, misalkan kayak begitu. Nah, itu bisa dilakukan proses analisa dengan yang namanya Insight AI. Nah, dari sini kita melihat bahwa ternyata proses dari AI itu, ya, akan bisa dibentuk, ya, dan memang kalau kita perhatikan lebih lanjut dari contact center AI ini, yang kebetulan memang kita bicarakan hari ini adalah dibentuk oleh dua komponen besar, yaitu dua komponen besar ini siapa sih sebetulnya? Ini adalah dua market leader, ya. Yang pertama adalah leader di AI, machine learning, yaitu Google dalam hal ini dengan teknologi tersebut. Kemudian yang kedua adalah Genesys. Genesys memang sudah terkenal di dunia contact center. Genesys lah yang memang pada dasarnya memberikan inovasi, ya, bagaimana bisa mengerti proses customer experience ini bisa ditingkatkan lebih baik dengan sistem yang memang pada dasarnya bisa mensupport itu. Nah, inilah AI dan proses otomasi yang memang pada dasarnya memberikan personalisasi ke depan, ya, ke customer, kemudian juga dari sisi experience yang baru terhadap customer, ya, dan merupakan kerjasama antara Genesys dan Google, ya. Nah, ini akan memberikan manfaat yang besar tentunya dalam proses transformasi digitalisasi yang memang sedang kita kebanyakan lakukan, ya, di saat ini, ya. Apalagi sekarang dunianya adalah sudah masuk ke dalam dunia online, ya, dengan adanya COVID-19. Tapi saya yakin bahwa dengan adanya contact center AI ini kita akan bisa melihat lebih ke depan, lebih jauh, ya. Kita bisa merubah yang namanya liability itu menjadi aset. Nah, ini yang memang proses-proses peningkatan yang memang bisa dicapai dengan adanya contact center AI tadi, ya. Mudah-mudahan informasi yang tadi saya sampaikan itu bisa dapat berguna untuk teman-teman pemirsa sekalian, dan semoga ini bermanfaat. Untuk selanjutnya saya serahkan kepada rekan-rekan dari Genesys untuk melanjutkan dengan acara berikutnya. Terima kasih banyak, sampai bertemu di acara berikutnya. Terima kasih.
Hai semuanya, semoga kita semua selalu sehat di tengah pandemik ini. Nama saya Dodi Katiwa dan saya adalah Solution Consultant untuk Genesys di Asia. Melanjutkan dari apa yang dibicarakan di sesi sebelumnya, bahwa Genesys sebagai produk yang mensupport multi-cloud. Jadi apapun jenis deployment-nya, baik on-premise, private cloud maupun public cloud. Kebebasan memilih ini memungkinkan produk Genesys untuk mendapatkan keuntungan dari inovasi teknologi yang hanya bisa ada di cloud, seperti AI. Pesan utama saya untuk Anda hari ini adalah conversational AI merupakan tonggak penting dalam transformasi customer experience Anda, karena 3 alasan utama. AI dapat memahami, berdialog, dan menanggapi pertanyaan pelanggan dengan menghadirkan sentuhan yang natural, menarik, dan personal, sehingga sangat mirip dengan berinteraksi dengan orang sungguhan. Ini membawa otomatisasi layanan ke tingkat yang sangat berbeda. Di dalam sesi ini, kita akan menemukan hal yang luar biasa untuk Anda. ini bukanlah visi untuk masa depan. Faktanya, AI telah hadir di hari ini, dan Genesis telah menghantarkan AI contact center di layanan keuangan, lembaga pemerintah, retail, telekomunikasi, dan kesehatan. Bersama dengan Google, kami mengintegrasikan teknologi yang membuatnya siap digunakan dan mudah digunakan. Ini bukan tentang teknologi. Contact Center AI memberikan nilai bisnis nyata yang membuat operasi contact center Anda lebih efisien, melakukan lebih banyak otomisasi percakapan dengan pelanggan Anda, dan memberikan lebih banyak konteks kepada agen Anda. Hasilnya membuat percakapan lebih efisien dengan membantu agen Anda selama percakapan ini. Rekap singkat tentang Contact Center AI. Contact Center AI adalah solusi enterprise yang menggunakan pengaturan terpusat untuk memberdayakan beberapa use case khusus bagi contact center. Yang pertama adalah mengubah AIVR Anda menjadi voice bot. Kedua adalah chatbot melalui web dan aplikasi messaging seperti WhatsApp. Dan ketiga adalah agent assist yang memberikan saran kepada agent Anda melalui salinan percakapan yang terjadi real time selagi pembicaraan antara agent dan pelanggan berlangsung. Di sesi ini, kita akan mendemonstrasikan voicebot dan chatbot. Jadi, apakah conversational AI dan bagaimana cara kerjanya? Pertama-tama, kami mengambil apa yang pelanggan katakan atau ketik di chat sebagai input. Lalu kita lanjutkan ke langkah berikutnya, manajemen dan pengaturan dialog. Konteks adalah elemen yang penting dalam percakapan. Sama pentingnya dengan apa yang kita katakan dalam percakapan itu. Kebanyakan bot melompat langsung untuk mencoba memahami apa yang diinginkan pelanggan tanpa konteks apapun. Pengalaman serta kinerja transisi semacam ini sangat buruk. Di sini pertama-tama kita mencoba memahami apa yang pelanggan butuhkan, tidak hanya berdasarkan apa yang pelanggan katakan, tetapi berdasarkan pengalaman dan profil pelanggan. Sekarang kita dapat melanjutkan percakapan ke agent virtual dengan konteks ini. Pemahaman bahasa secara natural adalah inti dari agent virtual. Kita perlu memahami apa yang diinginkan pelanggan. Anda juga perlu memahami rincian dari apa yang diinginkan. Dalam beberapa kasus, pertanyaannya mudah dipahami, tetapi dalam banyak kasus, agent virtual akan bolak-balik berdialog dengan pelanggan. Langkah selanjutnya adalah tentang memenuhi permintaan pelanggan. Dan ada 3 jenis pemenuhan. Ini menjadi satu FAQ sederhana, tetapi dalam banyak kasus itu akan menjadi transaksional, atau bisa juga berupa transfer ke agent langsung. Jadi apa artinya menggunakan conversational AI di IVR Anda? Voicebot menggantikan menu IVR tradisional yang kompleks dengan bahasa yang natural. Hal ini memungkinkan penelpon untuk mengekspresikan diri secara bebas dengan menjelaskan pertanyaan dengan kata-kata mereka sendiri. Setelah permintaan penelpon dipahami, panggilan dapat dilanjutkan secara langsung. Untuk opsi IVR yang ada di IVR Anda, beberapa opsi dapat berubah menjadi alat percakapan untuk kenyamanan. Opsi baru dapat diperkenalkan yang tidak mungkin dilakukan dengan IVR tradisional seperti FAQ. Dan tentu saja, panggilan dapat dialihkan ke agent queue yang sesuai. Dalam hal pengalaman, penelpon lebih terlibat karena kita membuat IVR menjadi lebih mudah dan lebih cepat digunakan. Anda akan melihat penggunaan yang lebih tinggi di layanan mandiri. Ini akan menaikkan nilai bisnis, panggilan dan tautan lebih cepat oleh agen karena mereka mendapatkan Berikutnya, area conversational AI yang mendapatkan banyak daya tarik dalam 2 tahun terakhir adalah chatbot. Dan ada kemungkinan sebagian besar dari Anda sudah menawarkan chatbot di situs web ataupun messaging seperti WhatsApp. Kekuatan AI Contact Center ada 2. Anda akan menggunakan fondasi conversational AI yang sama di semua media, voicebot seperti yang dibahas sebelumnya, dan juga chat dan messaging. Ini memungkinkan Anda untuk mendesain percakapan ini sekali dan memutarnya di semua saluran digital, sehingga memberikan Anda untuk membuat dialog signifikan dengan pelanggan yang jauh lebih menarik dan relevan dengan pelanggan daripada chatbot FAQ sederhana yang sering kita lihat. Sekarang waktunya demo. Kami akan tunjukkan pengalaman apa yang dapat kami berikan hari ini kepada pelanggan Anda. Demo yang pertama didasarkan pada pemanfaatan kekuatan Genesis dan Google CCI dari perspektif voicebot. Kita bisa lihat layar ponsel saya di sebelah kanan. Saya sedang membuka website SpaceG, di mana ada nomor telepon untuk kontak center SpaceG. Ketika saya call, sistem akan melewati detail autentikasi saya dan akan melalui voicebot yang didukung oleh Google CCI. Kita juga akan melihat bagaimana saya bisa pindah ke media komunikasi yang berbeda atau menyelesaikan self-service di dalam media yang sama. Oke, sekarang saya akan memulai browsing website SpaceG dan melakukan klik to call melalui nomor yang tersedia di website.
Halo. Selamat sore. Ada yang bisa saya bantu hari ini?
Bisakah Anda mengkonfirmasi posisi duduk saya di kapsul?
Tentu saja. Saat ini tempat duduk Anda di Mars 3 adalah di tengah dan dekat dengan posisi jendela sebelah kanan di kapsul. Ada lagi yang bisa saya bantu?
Apakah Anda memiliki pilihan asuransi kesehatan khusus?
Tentu kami memiliki berbagai opsi yang dapat Anda jelajahi dengan tim SpaceG kami. Saat ini waktu tunggu sedikit lebih tinggi dari biasanya. Apakah Anda ingin melanjutkan percakapan ini dengan tim digital kami yang dapat langsung merespons?
Oke.
Terima kasih telah menghubungi SpaceG, selamat tinggal.
Oke, seperti yang Anda dengar, itu adalah suara bot yang sangat alami dan kita seperti berbicara dengan manusia. Setelah meminta untuk berbicara dengan agen manusia, saya diberitahu bahwa antrian panjang. Lalu diberikan opsi untuk pindah ke media yang berbeda. Sekarang kita lihat apa yang menggerakkan voicebot tadi. Di layar kita bisa melihat Genesis Cloud Architect, yaitu interface yang digunakan untuk membangun IVR flow. Integrasi dengan Google CCI sudah tersedia langsung di Genesis Cloud. Di sisi kiri Anda dapat melihat kami memiliki integrasi ke Cloud Text-to-Speech yang memberikan Anda kemampuan untuk memanfaatkan teknologi Google WaveNet TTS tidak hanya di voicebot, tapi juga dalam bagian lain di IVR. Sehingga suara yang didapat ketika di dalam voicebot dan normal IVR menjadi terdengar sangat alami dan Anda tidak bisa mendengarkan perbedaannya. Seperti yang kita dengar, WaveNet ini juga tersedia dalam bahasa Indonesia yang membuatnya sangat cocok dengan pasar Indonesia. Sehingga tidak perlu lagi menggunakan voice prompt yang dibuat oleh Voice Talent Indonesia. Beberapa integrasi lain yang tersedia adalah Dialog Flow, yang tadi sebetulnya menggerakkan voicebot di awal demo. Dialog Flow juga dapat digunakan dalam konteks digital, yang demonya nanti akan bisa kita lihat beberapa saat lagi di Genesis Cloud. Ini adalah blok yang dapat digunakan dengan metode drag and drop. Yang kita lihat di layar sekarang adalah flow yang sebelumnya sudah saya buat. Kita bisa memilih beberapa bot di dalam satu flow yang sama dan juga mengirimkan data dari satu tempat ke tempat lain. Dalam use case ini, saya mempunyai dua alur yang berbeda, yaitu melakukan pemesanan dan transfer langsung ke agent. Untuk masing-masing alur, saya bisa membuat konteks dan data dari tiap alur dan menggunakan informasi tersebut di kelanjutan alur tersebut. Komponen lain dari Google CCAI adalah Agent Assist yang bisa membantu pekerjaan agent dalam real time. Anda juga bisa menggunakan Google Data Actions, salah satu integrasi baru yang memberikan Anda kemampuan untuk menggunakan fungsi-fungsi di Google Cloud seperti BigQueries. Sekarang kita beralih ke use case berikutnya. Ini adalah sambungan dari interaksi sebelumnya, di mana saya mulai dari website, lalu menelpon, dan berbicara dengan voicebot. Kemudian sistem menginformasikan bahwa antrean di agent melalui voice media sedikit lama dan menawarkan untuk melanjutkan percakapan melalui media digital. Di bagian kiri kita bisa lihat layar aplikasi agent dan di layar bagian kanan kita bisa lihat customer sudah pindah ke Facebook Messenger di mobile phone. Ketika pesan dikirimkan dari Facebook Messenger, kita lihat interaksi masuk ke aplikasi agent dan dijawab oleh agent. Setelah dijawab, kita bisa melihat profil customer yang mengirimkan pesan, di mana profil ini disimpan di dalam sistem Genesis. Profil customer bisa diimport dari data source lainnya seperti CRM atau bisa kita buat terpisah. Dari profil customer inilah sistem bisa membuat customer historical journey, jikalau customer pernah menghubungi sebelumnya, baik dari Facebook Messenger atau menggunakan media yang berbeda. Selain profil customer, fungsi scripting di dalam aplikasi agent memungkinkan kita untuk melihat intent yang dikirimkan oleh bot ataupun informasi lainnya. Di sini kita bisa melihat intent ini karena sebelumnya kita sudah terhubung dengan bot dan bertanya mengenai opsi asuransi. Dan ini adalah kelanjutan dari interaksi tersebut. Di scripting kita juga bisa membuat tombol custom sesuai dengan prosedur dan kebutuhan Anda. Agent bisa menggunakan template untuk greeting awal ke customer, sehingga tidak ada perbedaan greeting antar agent. Di dalam template, kita bisa menggunakan makro untuk informasi yang dinamik, seperti nama agent dan nama customer. Agent cukup menekan satu tombol untuk menggunakan template ke dalam chat window, dan tentu saja agent bisa mengedit dulu sebelum mengirimkan. Agent juga dapat menulis note di interaksinya, dan ini akan disimpan di sistem bersama dengan transkrip percakapan. Jadi, bila ada agent lain yang menangani pelanggan yang sama di lain waktu, mereka bisa membaca note tersebut sebagai informasi tambahan. Dan yang terakhir adalah wrap up code ketika percakapan berakhir, di mana informasi ini akan digunakan di data reporting. Facebook hanya salah satu media yang dapat dipakai. Media digital lainnya adalah web chat, WhatsApp, email, dan SMS. Sekarang kita beralih ke use case berikutnya. Kita sudah melihat perjalanan saya berbicara dengan voicebot, lalu pindah ke media yang berbeda untuk berbicara dengan agent, yaitu Facebook. Di media Facebook, agent bisa melihat konteks yang dibicarakan antara saya dan voicebot melalui aplikasi agent. Karena Facebook adalah tipe media yang asinkron, kita bisa melanjutkan percakapan beberapa jam kemudian, beberapa hari kemudian, bahkan beberapa minggu kemudian. Di kelanjutan demo ini, saya akan memulai percakapan lagi melalui Facebook. Tapi kali ini pertanyaan saya akan dijawab sepenuhnya oleh chatbot. Dengan begitu, kita bisa mempunyai semua konteks dan kajian routing mengenai pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang dilontarkan oleh pelanggan. Seperti yang kita lihat sebelumnya, bahwa kita bisa membuat satu bot yang sama, lalu digunakan di media-media yang berbeda. Di layar, kita sudah bisa melihat Facebook saya sudah terbuka dan saya akan memulai pertanyaan saya. Jadi, berdasarkan intent tersebut, Google CCAI mengerti apa yang dimaksud dan saya dibantu melalui proses otomatisasi. Keputusan juga bisa dibuat untuk mengirimkan ke agent bila dibutuhkan. Otomatisasi yang dilakukan adalah mendaftarkan diri saya untuk layanan jaringan nirkabel sesuai dengan permintaan melalui data action. Jadi itulah perjalanan saya sebagai pelanggan yang dimulai dengan menelpon kontak center, diterima oleh voicebot, dari voicebot transisi ke channel lain dikarenakan antrian agent voice lebih tinggi dibandingkan media Facebook. Lalu beberapa hari kemudian melanjutkan percakapan melalui Facebook atau media lainnya dan dilayani sepenuhnya menggunakan bot. Sistem pelaporan dari awal sampai akhir juga tersedia. Begitu juga real-time dashboard, fungsi workforce management atau WFM, agent scoring, dan survei. Semua dibuat untuk memudahkan operasi, meningkatkan kepuasan pelanggan, khususnya bagi saya yang akan berangkat ke Mars. Dengan ini, saya tutup dengan mengucapkan terima kasih atas perhatian Anda.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Sugianto dan Pak Dodi. Mungkin Pak Sugianto dan Pak Dodi, kita sudah ada beberapa pertanyaan dari audiens yang mungkin bisa dibantu dijawab. Pertama kali saya hanya ingin mengulang, tadi ada pertanyaan dari Dekom Sarif yang menyatakan bahwa kebutuhan SDM itu bagaimana nantinya dengan adanya AI di dunia contact center ini. Dan kebetulan saya sudah jawab juga di chat yang intinya adalah kebutuhan SDM itu tidak pernah hilang, Pak, walaupun dengan adanya AI. Tapi yang berubah adalah skill dari SDM-nya sendiri itu harus ditingkatkan untuk mengatasi masalah-masalah yang lebih kompleks dari yang mungkin diatasi sekarang yang nantinya bisa dihandle oleh AI. Jadi dari waktu ke waktu kita tetap harus mengupgrade skill dan kemampuan dari masing-masing SDM supaya bisa mengatasi segala hal yang lebih kompleks yang karena nanti hal yang simple itu bisa di-handle oleh teknologi nantinya. Oke, itu pertanyaan pertama. Pertanyaan kedua kita dapat dari Nizam Aulia, mungkin Pak Sugianto bisa menjawab. Pertanyaannya adalah apakah analisis berbasis suara dapat memahami berbagai dialek di Indonesia mengingat banyak logat dan intonasi yang berbeda-beda. Silakan Pak Sugianto. Pak Sugianto, mungkin ada kendala sepertinya dengan Pak Sugianto. Mungkin Pak Dodi bisa bantu?
Ya, mungkin saya mau jawab pertanyaan lainnya sebenarnya. Ini ada dari Pak Alamsyah. Pertanyaan adalah bagaimana cara mengedukasi klien untuk memaksimalkan fitur chatbot karena di kantor sudah berjalan 3 bulan tapi penggunaan chat terasa belum maksimal. Jadi ini ada 2 hal yang bisa dilakukan untuk menjawab ini gitu ya, atau untuk memaksimalkan chatbot ini. Yang pertama adalah memastikan bahwa ada proses untuk menganalisa pertanyaan dan permintaan dari customer dan selalu memperbaiki jawaban tersebut gitu melalui knowledge management yang digunakan oleh chatbot tersebut gitu. Jadi dengan begini bila ada reviews yang selalu dilakukan, jadi pick up rate-nya akan jadi lebih bagus gitu karena jawabannya sendiri juga menjadi lebih bagus kan. Jadi dengan begitu ya semacam word of mouth lah gitu bahwa orang akan bilang, oh kalau saya ke situ dijawabnya chatbot gitu, dan nanti akan ada yang bisa membantu bilang bahwa ya chatbotnya sih akan selalu belajar dari apa yang ditukar sebelumnya gitu. Jadi dengan begitu performance chatbotnya sendiri akan meningkat gitu ya. Jadi, yang kedua adalah memastikan bahwa chatbotnya itu melakukan engagement dengan customer pada saat customer tersebut membutuhkan bantuannya gitu. Jadi misalkan chatbotnya itu tidak hanya sebuah icon di pojokan website gitu ya, yang customer harus klik untuk memulai gitu. Tapi semestinya adalah websitenya itu sendiri memonitor perjalanan si customer tersebut di website dan melihat kalau misalkan ini adalah saat yang perlu untuk memberi bantuan kepada customer dan bantuan itu adalah berupa chatbot gitu. Jadi dengan begitu pick up rate-nya juga akan menaik karena kita sendiri yang proactively menawarkan chatbot kepada customer dibandingkan customer yang harus reactively mencari jawaban dari sebuah chatbot gitu. Jadi mungkin itu dua hal yang bisa dilakukan gitu. Dan yang kedua ini, dua hal ini juga sesuatu yang kita bisa lakukan dari Genesis dan juga ada beberapa juga kita bisa integrasi dengan third party tool yang mungkin sudah ada dipakai oleh customer di luar sana seperti Google Analytics atau ada online web analytics yang lain gitu seperti dari Adobe gitu. Nah, jadi itu pertanyaan dari Pak Alamsyah. Oke, mungkin
dengan menjawab pertanyaan Pak Stefanus, Dodi.
Boleh, sebentar ya, saya baca dulu pertanyaannya.
Pertanyaannya sebetulnya mengenai security di cloud.
Oke. Security di cloud, ada beberapa hal sih sebenarnya Pak. Jadi untuk security di cloud itu satu jelas datanya sendiri ya, di-encrypt. Satu data at rest yang harus di-encrypt, which is itu di mana infrastruktur cloud itu sudah menyediakan hal-hal tersebut. Yang kedua adalah data at transit, itu juga harus di-encrypt, dan juga itu adalah hal yang sudah disediakan oleh cloud provider seperti Google gitu ya. Dan yang ketiga mungkin yang paling sering diminta itu adalah security dari sisi agentnya sendiri gitu. Jadi meskipun agent itu working remotely, tapi mereka harus tetap bisa dimonitor tidak hanya dari segi berapa jumlah call yang diterima, berapa jumlah chat yang diterima dan segala macam, tapi juga behavior mereka ketika mereka melakukan pekerjaannya remotely gitu. Jadi kita juga punya solusi di mana kita memonitor agent workplace meskipun mereka work from home gitu. Jadi hanya karena mereka work from home bukan berarti security tidak diberlakukan kan. Jadi artinya meja kerjanya juga harus rapi, meja kerjanya harus berisi barang-barang yang diperlukan untuk pekerjaan agent tersebut gitu. Kita punya solusi untuk memonitor itu dan menganalisis gitu. Jadi kalau misalkan ada pertanyaan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut, silakan hubungi kita mungkin setelah webinar ini.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Dodi. Ini ada beberapa pertanyaan lagi. Saya coba bantu jawab. Ini ada pertanyaan dari Linknet yang saat menghandle customer yang HC, HC ini singkat dari apa? Saya belum nggak gitu tahu juga. Di mana customer menggunakan kata yang tidak beraturan atau tidak standar sehingga bagaimana bot cara menghandle-nya. Jadi pada intinya adalah setiap bot itu mempunyai teknologi yang berbeda-beda. Hard complaint, sorry ya. Jadi di masing-masing bot ini informasinya cara bekerja berbeda-beda. Tapi di Google Contact Center AI ini mereka bekerja untuk menghasilkan intent Pak. Jadi teknologinya tidak melihat kata per kata, tapi yang dilihat adalah dari satu kalimat atau dari satu pernyataan itu, apa sih intinya dari pernyataan itu. Apakah mereka menginginkan sesuatu, sedang marah-marah, dan lain-lain. Jadi itu bisa lebih detail ke arah sana. Nah, berkaitan dengan itu juga, tadi saya coba bantu jawab dari Nizam Aulia yang menyatakan bagaimana support bahasanya. Jadi tadi mungkin sudah melihat bagaimana Pak Dodi sudah mendemokan Google Contact Center AI itu sudah support bahasa Indonesia, dan dialek intonasi yang berbeda itu tidak terlihat karena yang dilihat adalah intentnya yang ditangkap oleh Google. Jadi sehingga selama pakai bahasa Indonesia itu tidak masalah pakai dialek dari daerah manapun. Tapi untuk bahasa lainnya, saya kira itu adalah salah satu keunggulannya Google, di mana karena mereka mempunyai data yang sekian banyak dari seluruh dunia, sehingga untuk menciptakan bahasa baru itu atau mendapatkan bahasa baru itu cukup cepat, tinggal tergantung permintaan dari pasar, saya yakin. Mungkin ada pertanyaan lainnya, Pak Dodi yang bisa bantu jawab. Ini ada pertanyaan bagaimana proses incoming dan outgoing di sistem Genesis. Ini pertanyaannya mungkin berkaitan dengan contact center. Jadi di Genesis sendiri itu baik incoming maupun outgoing itu kita mempunyai untuk omni channel, sehingga channel apapun itu bisa masuk ke kita, tinggal mau diaktifkan atau tidak. Karena itu keunggulannya kita. Jadi kita itu platform yang paling mudah di kita itu adalah kita namakan Genesis Cloud. Itu berada di public cloud. Aktivasi saya bilang cukup kayak seperti menjadikan jari, cukup mudah walaupun dengan teknologi yang dulu tidak terpikir untuk bisa dipakai, dan kita bisa mulai dengan jumlah agent yang sangat kecil karena ini consumption based. Jadi kita modelnya adalah dengan fleksibilitas, komitmen, bisa penggunaannya itu bisa sesuai dengan kebutuhan. Jadi hal-hal seperti itu bisa cukup baik. Mungkin kalau bagi yang tahu ingin detailnya, tadi ada Pak Robert juga itu sudah memposting di chat, silakan dilihat dan silakan ke websitenya Genesis untuk melihat bagaimana Genesis Cloud itu promosinya ada dilakukan di sana. Yang berikutnya adalah Pak Nudin jawab pertanyaannya, apakah bisa mengarah komplain langsung menuju ke agent. Kalau ternyata ini adalah komplain, saya kira itu selama intentnya dapat, itu bisa dilakukan, Pak. Jadi itu tidak ada masalah. Mungkin Pak Dodi.
Ya, mungkin saya bisa bantu dari Pak Nudin. Ya, jadi basically kita kan bot itu yang kita butuhkan adalah mengartikan intentnya gitu. Jadi selama memang itu intentnya dideteksi bahwa orang ini itu melakukan komplain, kita bisa langsung lempar dia ke agent atau bisa langsung menawarkan menawarkan jawaban yang sudah tersedia, lalu langsung menawarkan ke agent gitu. Jadi supaya customer tersebut tetap dilayani oleh chatbot sedikit, tapi lalu langsung dihubungi dengan agent juga, misalkan itu mengenai komplain gitu. Jadi ini tuh semua akan berhubung dengan bagaimana caranya kita mendesain botnya tersebut gitu. Dan tapi kita bisa mendetek intent-intent apa yang harus dilanjutkan dengan bot lagi, atau intent-intent apa yang harus kita langsung lempar ke agent gitu, seperti dengan pertanyaan Pak Nudin.
Oke. Ini mungkin beberapa pertanyaan terakhir. Ada dari Pak Franciscus yang menanyakan sedemikian banyak media digital, channel mana yang menurut Genesis yang paling tepat sasaran bagi customer kita yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi channel yang banyak itu, Pak, tidak ada rumusnya mana yang paling baik. Jadi yang kalau kita bilang adalah tergantung dari tipe customer-nya di perusahaan Bapak. Jadi karena masing-masing customer itu mempunyai keinginan yang berbeda. Yang paling penting adalah apakah kita bisa menservis mereka menggunakan channel yang mereka mau di saat yang mereka mau dengan cara yang mereka mau. Karena itu yang paling penting, Pak. Karena bagi kita adalah kita harus menimbulkan empathy. Empathy itu baru bisa menimbulkan trust dari customer-nya, sehingga menimbulkan loyalty dari customer-nya, sehingga mereka bisa repeat dengan perusahaan Bapak. Jadi tidak ada yang pasti. Jadi misal sekarang dibilang semua orang di retail itu menggunakan WhatsApp, kenapa kita nggak pakai WhatsApp? Nggak juga gitu, karena ternyata saya bisa kasih contoh. Kita punya customer yang bergerak di bidang saya bilang kayak startup, perusahaan teknologi gitu. Kita pikir kalau perusahaan teknologi berarti digital kan, customer ini berarti mintanya digital nih. Ternyata tidak, customer mereka adalah paling banyak menginginkannya voice. Jadi suatu hal yang berbeda, tapi saya bilang perusahaan ini tahu persis apa yang dimauai customer-nya, karena dengan cara itu mereka bisa menservis jauh lebih baik dibandingkan mereka mengikuti tren di market. Saya kira itu jawaban dari saya. Yang terakhir ini adalah pertanyaan bagaimana mengukur kepuasan customer penggunaan chat ini. Cara paling mudah untuk mengukur kepuasan customer jelas menanyakannya langsung ke mereka. Either itu kita bisa melalui survei langsung, dan kita bisa lakukan juga dengan cara lainnya. Karena cara paling baik adalah tanyakan langsung ke customer-nya. Metodenya bisa banyak cara. Dari yang pertanyaan berikutnya, robot bisa, mungkin Pak Dodi bisa jawab, robot bisa menerima telepon konsumen maksimal bersamaan berapa banyak?
Karena ini cloud based, jadi virtually sebanyak terang yang masuk sih Pak, untuk pertanyaan berapa banyaknya gitu ya. Jadi selama kalau misalkan sekarang udah punya misalkan 3 iwan terang gitu ya, 90 channel, ya 90-nya kalau kita mau larikan ke voicebot dulu, bisa kita lakukan gitu. Itu semua tergantung dari infra yang udah ada juga, dan tergantung dari kebutuhannya sendiri, berapa concurrent channel yang sudah tersedia di masing-masing contact center teman-teman gitu. Ya.
Oke, saya lihat Pak Sugianto sudah bisa online lagi nih, kendala teknisnya sudah selesai. Bisa dengar Pak Sugianto?
Bisa. Ya,
Oke.
saya tadi mendengarkan. Jadi observer aja. Iya.
Oke, Pak Sugianto, ini ada pertanyaan tadi mengenai Google Bot. Sekarang kan support bahasa Indonesia. Bagaimana perkembangan supporting bahasanya ke depan, Pak? Terutama mungkin yang di Indonesia kalau memang ada rencana dan lain-lain. Silakan, Pak.
Iya, jadi kalau untuk bot ini memang kita sudah support bahasa Indonesia. Jadi bahasa Indonesianya juga bukan bahasa yang memang standar, tapi bahkan bahasa-bahasa slang juga kita bisa support ya, kayak seperti dong ya, dan seterusnya kayak begitu sih dan seterusnya. Nah itu juga kita sudah support, jadi nggak usah khawatir kalau ternyata nanti nggak bisa ditangkap gitu ya oleh bot, bahwa ternyata informasi-informasi yang berkaitan dengan bahasa yang seperti itu pun kita bisa memang untuk menjawab ya. Dan bot ini memang diperuntukkan untuk itu juga ya. Terus kemudian untuk ke depan perkembangannya bahkan kita juga mulai melihat untuk bahasa-bahasa yang lokal maupun bahasa-bahasa lain di seluruh dunia ya, karena Google memang paling lengkap dari sisi yang disupport dari sisi bahasa ya di seluruh dunia. Jumlahnya sudah lebih dari puluhan, jadi nggak usah khawatir kalau memang nanti membutuhkan bahkan untuk bahasa di luar bahasa Indonesia pun tidak ada masalah ya. Spesifik untuk bahasa Indonesia kita sudah support, jadi saya rasa kita boleh bilang bahwa memang kita sudah support bahasa Indonesia dan juga bahasa Indonesia yang bukan hanya baku tapi juga yang bahasa slang ya. Nah itu mungkin salah satu yang kita bisa berikan sebagai fitur dari antara Google dan Genesis ini ya.
Oke,
Itu
terima
aja
kasih
Pak Unadi.
Pak Sugi. Ya, terima kasih Pak Sugi. Mungkin yang pertanyaan terakhir yang saya coba jawab, ini bagaimana peran customer service ke depannya jika diganti dengan chatbot. Sebetulnya tadi sudah dijawab. Pada intinya adalah AI itu tujuannya bukan menggantikan manusia, tapi membantu menjawab hal-hal yang sangat spesifik. Jadi artinya yang straightforward. Tapi kalau berkaitan dengan empathy, berkaitan dengan trust, itu harus melalui manusia. Jadi kita bilang makanya manusia itu tidak akan hilang di dalam proses customer service ini. Dan kedepannya yang membedakan adalah kita harus bisa menghandle hal-hal yang lebih tinggi. Saya kasih contoh paling gampang. Tahun 1990-an, awal-awal tahun 2000, dulu mungkin kalau kita call ke bank untuk nanya saldo, yang jawab manusia. Sekarang kebanyakan yang jawab mesin. Kenapa? Tapi apakah manusianya hilang? Enggak. Sekarang juga manusianya ada gitu kan. Yang membedakan adalah kita hanya nelfon, hanya bicara dengan manusia. Kalau yang lebih kompleks dibandingkan nanya saldo gitu kan. Nah hal yang sama nanti tingkatan kompleksitasnya akan naik lagi, di mana kedepannya itu mungkin apa yang kita sekarang di handle sama manusia akan di handle oleh AI, tapi manusianya tetap ada untuk menghandle hal-hal yang lebih kompleks lagi. Jadi makanya kalau kita bilang sebagai SDM-nya, kita tetap harus terus meningkatkan kemampuan kita untuk bisa menghandle hal-hal yang lebih kompleks. Oke, saya kira itu saja. Kebetulan waktunya juga sudah habis dari ini. Mungkin saya balikan ke ICCA.
Mungkin nanti Pak Unadi bisa ketik saja jawabannya.
Boleh Pak, nanti
Iya,
saya
diketik aja.
coba ketik jawaban yang belum terjawab. Terima
Betul,
kasih
Pak.
semuanya.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Hunadi Budiartono, Bapak Sugianto, dan Bapak Dodi Kartiwa. Terima kasih juga kepada Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan yang sudah memberikan pertanyaan terbaiknya. Nantinya Genesis akan memilih untuk menjadi pemenangnya dan akan diumumkan pada sesi berikutnya. Kami akan menginfokan pemenang kuis dari Avaya. Pemenangnya adalah kuis dari Avaya. Yang pertama adalah Kamilia Nazara, Mida Simamora, dan 3 William. Selamat kepada para pemenang. Nanti Pak Panitia akan menghubungi. Bapak, Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, mari kita rehat sejenak untuk menyaksikan penampilan tarian yang sangat menawan dari Halo BCA Dancer dengan judul tarian Pesona Bumi Paguntaka. Mari kita saksikan dalam video berikut ini.
Eksotisme Borneo, simbol keseimbangan hidup antar manusia, alam, dan Sang Pencipta. Interpretasi serta cerminan. Eksotisme Borneo, simbol keseimbangan hidup antar manusia, alam, dan Sang Pencipta. Interpretasi serta cerminan budaya kerja BCA yang aktif dan dinamis. Tergambar dalam kegagahan sebuah tarian Pesona Bumi Paguntaka.
Bayar apa? Oh iya, kalau nggak ada bukti terus bayar. Dia kan harus periksa bener nggak lo naik grabnya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to convey that series of competitions for the Best Contact Center Indonesia 2020, starting from September until November, have been carried out smoothly. One of the Best Contact Center Indonesia competitions is the Virtual Assessment Corporate Program, which presents international judges from Contact Center Asia Pacific. In this time, we present the judges to give impressions and recommendations regarding the contact center best practice, which can be applied by the contact center, especially for companies that have participated in the corporate program competition. Let's welcome the international judges, Sam Meter from Auscontact, Vayanakov from Auscontact, Dave Giblim from Genesis, Byron Fernandez from Contact Center Association of Malaysia, Jenny Kwek from Cellbitel Services Malaysia, Joyce Poon from China Call Center and CRM Association, and last, Lidi Sen from China Call Center and CRM Association. This moment will be guided by Bapak Andi Anugrah. Please, Bapak Andi Anugrah.
Thank you, Candice, and welcome back. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for Dave is joining. Fiona from Australia is joining us here. I think we can share together. Yeah, there is Joyce as well from Hong Kong, and I think the other is not joining yet. So maybe one of you want to start to give a feedback to the participant for the corporate. Who want to start first? Fiona, Dave, or Jenny, or Joyce?
I don't mind going first then.
Okay.
First of all, good morning, everyone. So I wanted to give my feedback in 3 parts based on what I saw over the last 2 weeks, if that's okay. So I'll try not to take too much time. So the first part is that each and every one of you that took part in this process, that delivered and executed to perfection those programs in your organization, every one of you should be incredibly proud on what you've achieved. I know it wasn't easy, and there were some really great examples of triumph over adversity. The second part is around the future. What I personally wanted to see in a lot of the amazing presentations was a little bit more around how are you building upon your successes for the future? Because where you are going is as important as where you have been. And especially given the times that we're in, we need to prepare for the unexpected because there is still no clarity yet as to what next year could look like. And it's fair to say for all of us, there is going to be some significant degree of impact that we haven't seen yet. And it could both be positive and challenging, depending on your industry. So we have to try and prepare for that. In fact, at Genesis, we've done a video that you can access from the ICCA that gives you an idea on what you can do to prepare for this change, and we call it Experience as a Service. So Andy and the team can share those details with you later. But for me, finally, the biggest bit of feedback I got when I watched and listened to the presentations and through the questions that myself and the fellow judges asked was this sense of community. During this crisis, you all build upon this incredible family within your organization. You focused on enabling your people to deliver amazing customer experiences whilst working from home. But also, you made your people still feel part of the team when they're no longer in the office. And these tasks are not easy, but you did them and you did them at scale. The other part of community that you demonstrated was this relentless focus on the customer and the wider community that you serve. So many of you established products and processes to make life easier for your customers and relevant to the situation that your customers are in. But also, all of you embarked in charitable efforts to support those in difficult situations, even from the flooding or the global pandemic, all as part of your community and your family. And as a judge, it was really humbling, really humbling to hear these stories. All of you articulated who we are as CX people, right? each and every day. In fact, for some of you, every 3 or 4 minutes, we connect with a stranger. And in a short space of time, we build relationships with them. We help them, we listen to them. And when the crisis hit, like we saw this year, you remembered those strangers that you spoke to, your customers, your partners, and you got together as your community and you worked on ways to help them. And I think this is the essence of CX People. This is who you are. This is what you all demonstrated over the last couple of weeks to me and the judges. So my biggest recommendation is to keep that spirit alive in your organization and in your people. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Yes, that's great. If participant want to give a question, just click Q&A. And the next, I think we want to listen from Australia. And Byron also is joining us. So Fiona first.
Thanks, Andy, and good morning, everyone. What a great pleasure it is to join you all here today, and what a pity we can't actually be present. What a great experience was actually judging, even though it was virtual. We got a true sense of your culture and who you are and the people that you bring, the self that you bring to your jobs every single day of the week. You are resilient, you are relentless, you are passionate, you are expert, and you clearly love what you do. What we saw was world class. Absolutely, you could go on the stage anywhere in the world and you did a great job. Your videos, oh my goodness, Hollywood needs to take a leaf out of your book. We learned so much about who you are, what you learned about yourselves. And what we also got to see was the human side of you. We saw you warts and all, and that's really good because we learn as we grow, as we make mistakes. None of us is perfect. Well, maybe I'm perfect, but none of us is actually perfect. We are one, we are in it all together. You've been through so much adversity in the last 12 months, and it hasn't gone away. Let's face it, and you need to pull together even more strongly as a community and lean on ICCA because they have so much expertise to lend to you and the broader ICCA community. What could you do differently? And I think Dave has struck on some really good points. I would like to add that I would love you to be a little bit more Western, dare I say, and be a little bit more direct in your answers to the questions, because we have lots and lots and lots of things. We want to know more about you and we want to learn more about you, because the more we know, the more points we can actually allocate to you, which takes you from gold to platinum and whichever level. The other thing that I think is super important, and it was a challenge for many organisations, it's okay to say, I don't know what the answer to the question is. It's actually okay to say that, because that shows maturity in your organisation. But I want to congratulate all of you. It doesn't matter where you landed in terms of what level in the award. You are all stars, you are all champions, and you all deserve to be here next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Most of the contestants in Indonesia, we tell them, you cannot say, I don't know. So that's why some problem about that. Okay, thank you. Very good feedback from Fiona. And next, I think a feedback from Jenny. Yeah, Jenny.
Thank you, Pak Andi.
Welcome.
Well, now it's still morning, I guess. Good afternoon to some of the fellow judges from other parts of the world, and selamat pagi still to everyone in Indonesia. Good to see the rest of the fellow judges whom I didn't have the opportunity to co-judge in the categories that I was involved in. Well, echoing what Dave and Fiona has said, right? Personally, it's although we are doing this virtually, but somehow we still feel the energy and the passion. So the presenters that we had in the session, the teamwork that we see still very strong from every organization. And then you have the team spirit that you see that, you know, when someone is maybe struggling with some answers, you know, immediately there will be colleagues that's jumping in, although, you know, some of them are in different locations because in some companies you work remotely. So the collaboration is excellent. In spite we are doing this virtually, and I think we had minimal technical glitch. So the whole organization of the judging experience is excellent, almost flawless, right? So kudos to Pak Andi and the team, and you guys work very hard. And to the participants, the video that you have put together, top class video. We see the effort that you put it in. There's a lot of hard work. The crew that is behind the production of the video, you know, kudos to those guys, because I think they support you at the background that we do not know them, we don't see them, but I think the credit goes to that team as well. So moving ahead with sort of the feedback in terms of writing on what Fiona has mentioned, in terms of to be really upfront with the answers, being very transparent with the answers that you provide. I think I've taken some notes regards to things like the objectives. When we're trying to understand your objectives, perhaps you can be more clear in terms of articulating. So there's a principle that typically that we follow for objective setting. We use the SMART principle, right, which is being very specific and have measurable outcomes. The objective needs to be something that is very much attainable and relevant to really the initiatives that you're working on, as well as you need to have a time frame tie in with the objectives. The other point with regards to return on investment, I think a lot of us, the judges, we keep asking you in terms of the return on investment that you put in, how much you spend versus really the return. Some organizations have not been able to give us clear indication on those ROIs. So it'll be good that you can look into that as part of the improvement. The last piece from me is some of the initiatives that we have seen are pretty much still very basic to us. So we are looking at something that is more innovative and forward thinking in terms of thinking out of the box of those initiatives. So these are just main 3 points of sharing regards to opportunities for improvement for the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Jenny is help us for some activities, and she become also is very great trainer for the quality and people coaching and so on. And now she joined Web Health, company, new company in Malaysia. Okay, thank you, Jenny. And the next, we give opportunity to Joyce from Hong Kong to give feedback.
Hello everyone. Hello.
Guys, love batik. I think you use the batik,
Yeah, I wear the batik, you know.
You need to move back so we can see.
Can you see me now? Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm preparing myself, you know, for the ICCA conference. You know, I although it's go virtual, I feel myself is with you very closely. So actually, I think all of you, all the participants, have to be very proud of the efforts you put into the award preparation and the contribution to the industry this year. And I'm sure that your achievement will be recognized tomorrow, right? Waiting for the award recognition and also the Oscar award, right, tomorrow. Yeah, and I myself enjoy very much for the whole award process and the learning journey with the participants as well. And this year I think is a very special year. Throwback to this time last year, I think we would not imagine what we have been going through this year, right? So it is, and also it is the first time the award assessment and judging go full virtual this year. However, all participants and also the judging panel were able to adapt very well, very smoothly, just like contact center adapted to the new operating model in the new normal, right? And under the COVID, we don't know when will the COVID will be ended. You know, maybe mid of next year. So I think that the situation makes us even stronger, especially ourselves and also the contact center. And I enjoy really much those presentation video, just like Dave, Ginny, and Fiona. We have to praise this very much. It's very well produced, and also I think it's the difference that from the last few years we conducted the judging. It would be very helpful that, you know, we can better understand the companies. It is able to project a more distinctive corporate image and also the culture of your company than, you know, just a slides presentation. So that would be a add the value part. And I'm happy to see some very creative digital output and knowledge and technology application in the presentation this time. So, and seeing more digital transformation, you know, and also it makes the human touch more important than ever. And I can see some of the good cases that they melt, you know, the AI, those intelligence part with the human, the hybrid model, you know, quite well. So these are the, you know, some of the best part we have to embrace, and those calibers that definitely drive our contact center to prove it for a digital world, you know, and also for the customer tomorrow. And then I myself, I agree with Ginny and also Fiona on some, on overall for all the categories. I would like to see more, you know, processes on how you develop the measurable goals, objectives of the program. No matter it's customer experience, business contribution, people development, or employee engagement. I think it is a whole, you know, closed loop. So I think I would like to see how you develop those measurable goals or objectives, and based on the background and analysis, and to demonstrate how you translate those objectives into creative actions with measurable results, just as Ginny mentioned, then, so that you can, based on the, you know, the T0 to T3, then you will set up, you can review and then plan your follow-up actions and continuous improvement process in the future, in the next year. So and also according to the scoring scheme, I think the participants, they should know the scoring criteria, right? So there are some sections can gain more marks, so, like the creativities, the KPIs, and result achievements. But if we don't see any, you know, the exact content or some more details information or supporting data, we cannot give marks. So I think for next year, you know, for I would like to see more, you know, more intensive data analysis, and also key activities and creativity that can explain how you set the objective and then get to the result. You know, you can show us the process so we can give you the marks. So, and also for the business contribution, I think the purpose of for the business contribution will be represented by revenue generation, like a cost saving, or increase of customer whatever. So for those category, some of the participants, we can see those measurable objectives. So it's very difficult for us to measure, you know, how what's the impacts of your contribution, you know, in business results. So I think for next year, for the business contribution category, people can focus more on this part, you know, and then based on the review and development, I think based on the review of some of the participants, I would foresee more application and use case on AI will be shown in the next year. And then and one more part is that this is my 4th year joining the ICCA award judging, and I'm really happy to see some new faces from, you know, prominent. That means we have new blood, you know, and those are Gen Z, Millennium, and this is a good indication that can help us to move forward, especially toward a more digital contact center world. Okay, yeah. Kudos to all the participants. Kudos to ICCA. I think that would be that's what all the judges feels. You did a very good job, especially everything is go virtual. I myself enjoy very much, and I look forward to attend the award ceremony tomorrow. Okay, thank you all. Yeah, and
thank you,
Andy.
Joyce. Yeah. Thank you, Joyce. Yeah, Joyce, give a lot of feedback regarding the contribution to the business. And Joyce also have contact center disabilities in Guangzhou. I have been attending that. This is very nice place. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the feedback, and hopefully we can see you tomorrow for the award ceremony. And next, I want to give opportunity to Byron from Malaysia. He is the CEO of Teledirect Malaysia. Wow. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Pak Andy. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Pak Andy, and the ICCA team. You transformed this year's event into a digital event, into a remote event, and you did this with such stunning precision. It was so precise. Everything, the details, just the background wallpapers that y'all are using, your virtual backgrounds, the way you're, the way you're coordinated, you and your team. For us judges to come in. We come in at the time that you tell us to come in, the participants are ready, everyone just goes immediately into their presentations. Connectivity was brilliant. I cannot imagine it going better than the way it did. And I must call this out. As much as the other judges have said it, I feel that it's a really important milestone, for Andy and the ICCA team, that y'all have been able to do this. On top of that, as a judge this year, your scoring platform that we were using is incredibly detailed and clear. I know what is needed for each category. When I look at the creativities, what should I look for? When I look at the budgets, what should I look for? What points I should allocate for them? It made the judging process so much easier. And on the same note, I also want to advise the participants. Some of the participants who did very well, they followed precisely the judging criteria that was given. They knew that the objective should have, the background, should have the industry insights, should have the data analysis. They knew exactly how to flow it. And the best performing teams actually followed closely the judging criteria. And I must say, these are the ones that made it easiest for us to judge, and they're the ones who probably would have garnered the most points. So if I can advise all of you participating who are coming back next year, please follow very closely, follow very strictly the judging criteria and flow. It will make the work for all of us judges so much easier, and it's so much easier to give you points in this way. So that's my first word of advice. The second word of advice is for some of the participants who did not produce their videos professionally. Believe me, it is worth doing. We have some participants where the video presentation is so beautiful, the audio is so clear, they're using more than one presenter, which is fantastic because it lets us see more of the people in your organization.
Pretty presenter.
Yes, and these were the best because it's so much easier for us to understand, right? So I would recommend those of you who have not done that to take that next step and to try to produce your video professionally, because for us to listen will be easy, for us to see will be easy, and also don't hesitate to put in the statistics, the KPIs, the numbers, the before and the after. Just now, Jeannie said something that really made me think. You know, the ones that score the best are some of the participants who, before they do a baseline, what is our performance today? What are our numbers? What is our customer satisfaction? What is our performance today? And it's expressed in numbers, very clear. And then after we've done the technology innovation, what were the numbers after that? What was the difference that it made? These are the people who actually will garner the most impact, because we can understand the impact when you do it that way. Some of the other best practices that I can share with you are some of the teams that we assessed. When they do the project plan, they tell us the man hours, the number of people, the executive sponsorship. They tell us roughly what is the cost that they spend, the time that they spend. This is very important because we can see how big is the project. And sometimes when you all miss out on this part, we don't really as judges understand precisely how big the project was. And this is something that will really, really help you to garner more points as well and make it easier for us to score. Finally, one of the other pieces of advice that I can give you all who are returning next year, the additional information section is also very powerful. Even though the points allocated in that section are quite low compared to a lot of other sections, but that section is very important. Some participants really use it well. They show the other awards that they have won. They show all the other things that they've been able to do, the other recognitions they've got. They visualize it with pictures. And for us as judges, it lends so much credibility and it makes the submission so much better. So these are the few best practices that I thought I would share with those of you who are participating. But my overall feedback is, like all the other judges, I echo their sentiments. World class is what it was. Absolutely, truly world class. I firmly believe that because we have gone into a virtual environment this year, everyone put in 150% effort, and it shows. It shows in the quality that you all submitted. It was incredible. I'm very privileged and honored to be a judge at ICCA, and even though it is only my second year this year, I hope to be able to come back for many more years to come, because it's enriching for me to judge, and it's beautiful to see all of the incredible work that's happening in Indonesia. On a last note, my parting note to all of you, remember, Indonesia is not a small country. It is a massive, massive country. It is geographically dispersed. And when I was doing the judging, I realized the contact centers are spread all over this massive, massive country. And the number of people that they are addressing, whose problems they're fixing every day, it's incredible, the scale. And that is why the complexity and the power of your submissions is very clear to me. Please continue to leverage the power of ICCA and the background that ICCA has been able to give you. I truly believe this has enabled all of you to move up to the next step. Thank you so much once again to all of you for having me here. It was my pleasure to be a part of ICCA's 2020 Best Contact Center Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Andi.
Thank you, Byron. Okay, I had been to Malaysia for visiting his contact center, Teledirect. It's very nice. He have a lot of multinational company client, and it's very great to visit your contact center as well. Byron has been with, I know Byron long time and yeah, we talk about a lot of things, and this very good feedback from you about Indonesia and contact center. Welcome. And next, I think we invite Shane Mather from Australia. Can you join with us? Shane Mather also have a contact center not only in Australia but also in Philippines.
Correct.
He have a lot of clients from in Philippines, but now he is in Australia.
Certainly am, and have been locked down for a very long time. Hello, guys. Great to see you all again. Couple of messages that I wanted to make sure that we provide, and Byron just did a really good job. The program this year was hugely impressive, hugely impressive. To come to in a situation we find ourselves in this year in COVID, to find that not only have you transferred that to be a completely digital, but it was run expertly, it was produced expertly, it was timed expertly, everything about this. ICCA, you should all stand up and take a bow, because you really did knock it out of the park, and I think that needs to be said. from the content and the videos, very, very clear to see there is some big ideas and some really big ambitions sitting in Indonesia, and the videos that were produced were simply awe-inspiring. I was expecting to see somebody sort of sitting at the end of a video or the end of a desk, and no, what I saw was world-class content. There's a double-edged sword with everything, right? Don't let that be your only, don't let it be the only thing that you provide. I heard Jeannie talking about, you know, make sure you know your numbers. I know that Fiona has said the same thing. And I would say the same thing too. Right? It was so good to get honesty from a lot of your centers. They were just so open and so honest. And I don't know that I've necessarily seen that. A lot of people are a little bit guarded about what they want to say, but there was so much honesty. And I think that was, they did it for the right reason, because they want to learn. And that's what this is all about. Yes, there's an award. Yes, there's kudos. Yes, all the rest of it, but this is about learning. And we saw a lot about the numbers. You really need to know your numbers. Don't just put it in a video and forget about it. Know your numbers. But more than that, know the story behind your numbers. Because when you come to judges like me, judges like Fiona, Dave, all of them, in fact, everybody, we want to know that story. Don't just want to hear what did you make that that KPI? Why is that the value? What are you doing with it? Why are you lifting it? Why are you dropping it? Why aren't you dropping it? Why aren't you lifting it? There's so many questions. Understand the story behind what it is you're doing. Contact centers are a lesson in evolution, and it never stops. This year, we've had a little bit of a revolution because of outside effects, but it's absolutely a lesson in evolution. And as people coming in to look at your center and to judge, that's what we want to know. What have you done? What are you doing to improve? It's worth knowing. This year, above any year, contact centers have made the world turn. When everybody went home, when businesses went home, everybody relied on contact centers, and we saw that coming through from Indonesia time and time and time and time again. And it's it is the same in Australia, the same in the Philippines, the same everywhere. Contact centers kept everything moving. So understand your numbers, understand the value you bring. It's never been higher than this year, ever. So this is actually your year. Joyce said a moment ago she expects to see a lot of movement in AI. I would say I expect to see a lot of movement in strategy and in big ideas. Now's your time, guys. You've paid the price. You've kept Indonesia moving. You've absolutely kept your company afloat. You've done that. Now's the time to improve. Learn from what everybody else is doing here. Be inquisitive. Understand what they did, and make sure that you go and do that next year. There are some truly world leaders, not just within Indonesia, but there are some centers that I saw that I could put on the world stage and know that they would be right up there. Learn from them, learn from us, learn from ICCA. Thank you very much for inviting me this year. It was magnificent. I didn't know what to expect, but I couldn't be more honored, and I certainly couldn't be more impressed at the process, the program, and the content and the people that I met. So thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this judging process. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Shane, and very good. I mean, thank you very much for the support. I think this is with Fiona, we have been so long, but now another feedback from Australia, from Shane. I think this is good. And the last, I think, speaker, judges coming from Guangzhou, Lily Sen.
Thank you, Andy. So,
Welcome, Lily.
thank you,
Hi.
Andy. So, my first time to join the ICCA is a great event. It's really an eye-opening experiences. So, in terms of the quality of videos and also the enjoyable interactions with all of the candidates in the interview. So, I can see the strong passion and also transparency in all of the conversation, especially the passion not only to take it as a competition, but more the passion on taking contact center as the career, and also the ownership of contact center, the love in this industry. So I really enjoy a lot. So in terms of the structure of the whole event, I can see, so as shared by the previous judge panel, very well structured, very what we say, user friendly or panel friendly experiences, and great connection, and also buddy work with Joyce, Jenny. So I learn and also enjoy a lot. So I don't expect more. I mean, can be seen in such a great event under this situation. So I mean, just two suggestions that I also want to share with the candidates. So the video, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing. It's wonderful. So during the interaction, the interview section in the Zoom, so if, for example, like some key pages of the key objective, the data can also be presented, prepared in parallel, anticipating some of the questions, and then it will aid to help with the connection, to build a connection between the video and also what you are going to share with the judge panel. So make full use of what you have achieved, what you have prepared, maximize its usage during the panel interview section. That will also be useful. So another suggestion is that I can see that everybody puts a lot of heart at experimenting new approaches during the COVID situations, like Sean mentioned. So it was actually the best year to really, present contact center as the key competitiveness or differentiator. It accompanies supports to customers. So contact center has become more than a service center. Actually, it is one representative in terms of how a company being competitive. So after experimenting all of this kind of stuff this year, how to make the new way of working more effectively next year, have more transformational, breakthrough, like Joyce mentioned, the AI or the other approaches. So because I truly believe after this year, contact center actually owns the future of customer experiences and also own the future of customer engagement. So the stickiness actually stays with contact center. So make full use of that, build on that, and then the contact center thrives with all of you or all of us actually. So I do enjoy it, and also thanks a lot for Andy's invitation. Yeah, looking forward in the future interaction too with all of you.
Wow, thank you, Lily. Yeah, coming from Guangzhou, thank you supporting CNCCA. This is great to have a support from CNCCA this year. And I think Lily has been delivering the some feedback. And if participant want to have a question, please, we still have time to give to have a feedback to have a question from you. So I think some say hello. Yeah, I think some say hello from Ibu Heni, Klip Pajak. Say hello to Joyce and Joyce, Jenny, and others, and Fiona as well. I think, but I see that most of them reply to finalists. It should be replied to the attendee because they didn't see all the message if you send to only to panelists. Also, there is a feedback from Rendar. Yeah, say thank you. Yeah, for all the feedback. Thank you for this. And if all judges want to give additional comment, we still have a time. Who want to say something? Yeah, Dave, Joyce, Fiona, Jenny, additional comment from you? Yeah.
Maybe I would like to,
Anyway, we missed to you to use the batik
yeah,
actually in Jakarta, and we have running in the road of Jakarta. But hopefully next year we can invite you again to Jakarta to have a fun walk to Monas.
we need to do 21 km, Pak Andi, instead of 5 or 7.
I cannot beat you. I can beat for the
No, walk. We can walk. Just take more hours.
Okay.
Well, I actually have got something that I'm quite curious to ask really the participants. When we do this, judging virtually, do they feel more comfortable and less nervous compared to in person?
Okay. I heard that if they have a lot meeting, some of them is that it's very difficult to communicate each other. But I think some of them is very good. Yeah, I mean that they can manage the communication. But of course, some of company maybe difficult to find which topic to present. Actually, this is a challenge for them.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes, and some of them maybe it's difficult to have a variety of if you judging for another category to another category, sometimes they present the same topic, yeah. Because they cannot find another way to tell about their contact center, especially during this time. Okay.
Right. Cool.
Any others? Okay, any others? Okay. Oh, no more feedback from Fiona, Joyce, or Shane want to have feedback about us. Anyway, thank you for your feedback regarding our setting up this time. We have digital, we have actually the Zoom meeting. Yeah, today, as you know, we publish it to YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and also Zoom. So we have a 4 channel. Even the YouTube, we have 2 channel publishing this event today. I saw that only 127 participants this time, but some of them is watch this session through Facebook, YouTube, and others. I think this is good for us. And I still sitting in the same room at home, and all my team, because younger than me, in my office, preparing all this activity. They are doing. That they are preparing any detail, and we are actually preparing for tomorrow as well, and having conference this today, and preparing for tomorrow award ceremony. And as request from some of our member, we still have a face-to-face award presentation on Monday, but tomorrow only announcement. Yeah, I think this is good. This is a good time for us, because we have some time to prepare something in from home. Yeah, majority activities we are doing coordinating through Zoom. Even the application development we are doing through Zoom, coordinating with my team. Okay, it seems that nobody want to ask questions. So if then, we really appreciate all the feedback, all the support from friends, around the region.
Andy, maybe I have one recommendation as well. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think since all the participants, they have, put into a lot of, tremendous effort making this very wonderful presentation video, I would suggest the company can share this, with the internal team. This is a very good, a showcase and also a sharing material to promote the customer experience, business contribution, people development, and people development and employee engagement. So don't waste the video. You can just edit it and then treat it as a very good training material within the organization. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Actually, the some of our members is already asking about the event for 2021 because they need to have a budget. They need to prepare something of doing this. And when I communicate to our committee, they said that okay, we need to evaluate first. Okay, it's good as well for me because this year so many things is we need to prepare every detail we need to consider. And actually this year over our target actually my target itself, yeah, because we don't expect more than that participant, but we make it, and it seems that everyone, most of them is happy about not everyone happy, but most of them is happy about the arrangement. Yeah. Thank you, Rendar, for the appreciation about that and all the support from the committee. Yeah, I think it's very good. If there is no question and others, I think I want to use this time to. There is a very nice video from Dave. Yeah, he create a very good video and to give us a feedback regarding this event, also giving some point of view regarding what is contact center. I asked my team to prepare first to play this one. If it's ready, we can play and we can see together. Okay, thank you, Joyce, for the feedback. Okay, team, is it ready? So
yes.
Okay, we waiting for them to give a feedback. While waiting for the video, thank you. Oh, Bu Jenny asked me to take a pictures all the judges. Okay, let's see all the judges. Can I see all the face of the judges? So you can see all the face of the judges here. Yeah. The attendee can see because all the face of the judges I can see over there. Okay, please take pictures. I can see here. Sorry, someone can take pictures for me. It seems that okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the time. Yeah, and now it's time to see the video from this. Yeah. And lovely to support each other. With looking forward to have a CCA PAC award if we can make it. Okay. Thank you. And now the video is let's see.
Hello everyone, my name is Dave Giblin and I lead the consulting arm of Genesis here in APAC. I want to thank Andy and the entire team at the Indonesia Contact Center Association for giving me the opportunity to speak to you again. Before I begin, I hope you, your family and your colleagues are safe and well during these extraordinary times. Whilst I wish we could all be together again like last year in Jakarta, today I am speaking to you from my home in Singapore. And in order to film this broadcast, I've asked one of my best friends to help me, and we are following safe distancing guidelines as well as safe management practices to bring this to you. Now, at Genesis, we would like to thank all our healthcare professionals and emergency services teams for continuing to keep us all safe and healthy. But also, we would like to thank you, our passionate contact center and customer experience teams, who throughout all this have helped keep our countries, businesses and our region moving forward. Now, these are really unprecedented times. And this year has been one year that really nobody could have predicted, though many movies have tried. Organizations are now operating in the toughest global macroeconomic conditions that we have seen in a generation. And with that, customer experience, trust, loyalty, it is as important as it ever has been. So I want to take the next 20 minutes to talk to you about where do we go from here in terms of customer experience. What is it that will really tip the balance in this new world that we live in? Now, if we take a look at our industry over the last 20 years, it went through two big evolutions. The first evolution was about efficiency, delivering separated, isolated moments. In fact, 20 years ago, we never called it experience back then. We called it customer service. Customer service was for many organizations the cost center. It was a unit that people didn't really understand or appreciate unless you were in it. And more often than not, it is the main face of a brand. For agents, like it still is today, it was for a fun experience. But it was also really tough. You had to log into 10, 15 different systems to be able to figure out who they were speaking to. And with 4 to 6 weeks of training, policies, processes changing every month, you did your best to help the customer, but the tools you had were very limited. For customers, they'll remember the long queue times, I think we all do, with pretty bad hold music. Some customers would just be disconnected in an effort to protect service level KPIs. But this was the norm across the industry. The technology, incredible voice technologies at that time, only allowed us to treat people like numbers. Everyone was really a service ticket. We then moved to the second evolution, and that was around effectiveness. So, as you added more channels and more ways to engage, the birth of the multi-channel and omni-channel contact centers were born. And with that came the beginnings of real analytics to help you be more efficient with your wait times, your call handling, and your IVR routing. This was all really about driving the reach of people. And in fact, we treated those people as either promoters or detractors, often through their NPS or customer satisfaction scores. And also, companies launched hundreds of bots, and they didn't really understand the context of the inquiry because the technology at that time simply didn't allow it. Many agents still had multiple systems to access, a chat system, email, and voice. For customers, each journey was always new, and yet so very different from the last. It wasn't until early 2020 that the word customer experience started to be used more frequently and actually mean something. So over those two evolutions, we all measured contact center performance with efficiency and effectiveness in mind. And it was with the aim to get it done quickly and get it done well. And yes, efficiency and effectiveness are critical components to managing customer experience. But it would be fair to say that something has been lost in that goal. We lost the importance of connecting customers and employees emotionally to a company or brand. Now, you will have seen efficiency and effectiveness, when left unchecked, can erode human connection, humanity, feeling, that connectedness, something that in these times that we live in now are more important than they ever have been before. Now, whilst we have seen brands getting better at personalizing specific engagements for individuals, most are still challenged to connect the full journeys of customers and employees because their data is siloed within specific channels, systems, and departments. More often than not, people still need to identify themselves when they contact a company. They repeat who they are and why they need service, not just once, but often to every employee or bot they are passed to, and before they can get to the resolution they seek. Their history doesn't follow them as they move between voice and digital engagement channels. And this problem exists because the technologies behind these interactions are disconnected. And with efficiency and effectiveness, one vital component is missing. And that brings us to the evolution that really is the force multiplier that organizations are starting to embrace and move towards. That is empathy. Empathy is the ability to internalize and respond to the circumstances and emotions of others. It is the action of understanding, being aware of, being sensitive to, and vicariously experiencing the feelings, thoughts, and experiences of others. When organizations lead with empathy during each engagement, they are able to build trust with customers and forge more meaningful, long-term relationships. Now, in order to truly understand each customer and show them empathy, organizations must gain a holistic view, which can only be achieved by connecting and integrating data across systems. We are at the point where differentiated, tailor-made experiences are possible because technologies like Genesys, whether it's cloud, AI, and engagement channels, are at the cutting edge, and more so now than ever, easy for organizations to adopt and deploy everywhere. So the future world that we need to head towards is one that combines efficiency, effectiveness, and empathy. And it's called Experience as a Service. Now follow me, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Experience as a Service. This is highly compelling. What does this really mean for customers and businesses alike? Well, it's delivered through personalized interactions that start with your individual customers, right at the center, which is powered by an understanding of their unique needs, their intent, and their personal preferences. See, when you create engagements based on empathy, customers feel remembered. They feel heard and understood. This is how you forge stronger connections, earn your customers' trust, and build loyalty. And in the end, you'll see better business results. In fact, a study in the Harvard Business Review earlier this year showed that loyalty leadership grew revenues 2.5 times as fast as industry peers. 2.5 times as fast. Wow. So to achieve personalized customer experiences at scale, you need the right technology and tools in place. Now, at a high level, it comes down to 3 components: data, artificial intelligence, and powerful engagement tools. You need customer employee data to gather and understand. After all, to show true empathy, to make customers feel known and understood, you need to know something about them. The same is true for your agents. To foster employee engagement, you need to know about them and about their work, their strengths, skills, and capabilities. And with all the applications out there, the best automation in the world is worth nothing if it cannot draw upon historical, third-party, and behavioral data. Your contact center, marketing, and sales teams are a goldmine for this data. But it can only reach its full potential when it's unified across siloed systems, both in and out of house. In fact, at Genesys, we founded a global initiative together with Salesforce and others called the Cloud Information Model. At its heart, it is there to accelerate digital transformation and deliver a standards-based solution for connecting data across multiple cloud and on-premise products. In fact, today, Genesys integrates to more than 50 different CRMs from around the world, and with applications too from our friends at Adobe, Google, Microsoft, and Zoom. So, as you start to unify these different data sources and different digital interactions, information will pour in faster than ever before, and your data lake grows. But so does the challenge of making sense of it all. So how do you actually do something with it? Well, that's where artificial intelligence comes in. AI helps us personalize experiences at a scale by making sense of these massive amounts of data to anticipate, predict, and customize people's experiences. Enable us to understand conversations across engagement channels and across marketing, sales, and service. Doing things like providing agents real-time details and insights that enable them to be empathetic. Now, AI interprets, predicts, and recommends the next optimal option based on your customer's preferences and your business goals, like proactively matching customers to agents based on the finest details for a successful interaction. AI also works in the background to help automate decisions about when to reach out and intervene to a customer and the right way to do so, or when to let the customer carry on the path they've started. It understands when to automate interactions with a bot, when to route them to an agent, when to coach that agent for better results, even when to schedule that agent to begin with, using over 70 different forecasting algorithms in the blink of an eye. And we have a fighter jet flying overhead. Now, AI is not only useful, but critical to creating opportunities for truly personalized engagements. It removes time-consuming transactional tasks that pull reps' attention from the important interactions that really require a human connection. Now, one of the reasons why personalization is so important is that this is happening to consumers every day. Think about it for yourself. Think about how you shop and what groceries you buy, how you exercise and keep fit, even the way you consume content, be it on Netflix, YouTube, or Apple TV. No longer are we just a number. We are individuals. Now, in those moments of truth, those magic engagements between your customer and your brand, everything must come together, unified across marketing, sales, and service. Now, you have the data to make your customers feel known and remembered. You have the AI-empowered insights to make their intent and needs heard. Now is the time to make customers feel understood, with the help of engagement tools that set your team up to provide experiences rooted in empathy. So this means greeting customers at the right point in their journey, not just on the communication channel they prefer, but in a way that suits the device they're using, by knowing where customers have been and where they are going. Just like chatting with an old friend, customers feel like they are picking up the conversation right where they left off. And regardless of the channel, each new interaction with an organization should build upon the one that came before it. Now, whether the customer is working with an employee or using a self-service technology, each engagement draws upon their individual history and preferences as well as real-time insights. This enables the organizations to best address the issue at hand and predict what may be needed next before the customer even knows themselves. Now, customers will feel like they are your organization's priority, cared for as individuals and uniquely understood. They won't have to repeat themselves. Their intent will be clear. Their issues will be resolved quickly, fully, and with compassion. Let's take these two simple use cases. Imagine if a customer needs to reset a password. They don't want to wait in a long IVR queue to talk to an agent. They just want it changed. A company that leads with empathy understands the customer simply wants this task completed quickly and painlessly. So it uses customer data and an intelligent chatbot to reset the password in a matter of seconds. But when it comes to more complex or emotional situations, such as a customer reporting a car accident to an insurance company, the organization prioritizes their inquiry, routing the individual straight to a human, whose first step is to ask, "I understand you've been in an accident. Are you okay?" Now, I know this technology might seem far-fetched, a vision, a dream. Many people would think these are 4 or 5 different decisions you're going to have to make. You know, how do I go to the cloud as a company? How do I participate in the digital transformation? How do I go and do more AI as a company? Well, today I'm telling you that these are not multiple different decisions that you have to make. There is just one decision. And that answer is Genesis. You see, at Genesis, we are making experience as a service a reality today by helping organizations like you leverage the right combination of technologies so you can show each customer empathy while delivering efficient and effective services at scale. This is really a time for us all to come together to set course on this new chapter of experience as a service. Power engagements with efficiency, effectiveness, and empathy. It has been a pleasure to speak with you today, even though virtually, which means I can be anywhere. The magic on television, right? Now,
Thank you for the feedback from Dave. Yes, I think if you want to see more regarding the video, thank you very much. And appreciate all the participants for this. And next we will have after the lunchtime we will have more speaker from Indonesia. Ada Ibu Wani yang akan bercerita mengenai best experience di contact center Halo BCA, ya, dan juga ada Microsoft dan ada Fintraco dan Celindo. Saya akan kembalikan ke MC untuk hal ini. Thank you all the feedback from judges. Thank you Fiona, Shane, Joyce, Jenny. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you also Byron and Lily from Gonzo. Thank you all of the support. Yeah, hopefully to see you tomorrow for the award ceremony, and also waiting for your support for the next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andi.
Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Stay safe.
Take care. Okay.
Bye, Andy. Bye, team. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bapak Andi Anugrah, and thank you to all judges for the support. Baik, sebelum kami mengumumkan para pemenang sesi Genesis, kami mohon kesediaan kepada Bapak, Ibu, dan juga rekan-rekan untuk mengisi form feedback yang telah ditampilkan QR code-nya pada layar. Silahkan. Baik. Dimohon untuk di-scan QR code-nya dan mengisi feedback untuk kami, agar kami bisa terus memfasilitasi dan mengembangkan kontak center di Indonesia. Mohon kesediaannya selama 1 menit. Mari Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan silahkan mengisi form feedback, di-scan QR code-nya pada layar. Baik. Untuk para pemenang sesi Genesis, 3 pemenangnya adalah Stefanus, Franciscus Manulang, dan Fitri Yulistiani. Dimohon kepada 3 pemenang tersebut bisa menghubungi panitia melalui chat. Saya ulang, untuk 3 pemenangnya adalah Stefanus, Franciscus Manulang, dan Fitri Yulistiani. Dimohon untuk 3 pemenang bisa menghubungi panitia melalui chat. Baik, saat ini waktu sudah menunjukkan pukul 12 siang. Kita akan beristirahat selama 1 jam ke depan. Kita masih memiliki topik-topik yang sangat menarik yang akan dibawakan oleh 4 pembicara kita dari BCA, Microsoft, Fintraco Group, dan Celindo Alpha. Untuk itu kami mohon kepada Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan dapat kembali bergabung dalam acara Kontak Center Conference ini pada pukul 1 siang. Nantikan sharing dari Bu Wani Sabu yang sangat menarik untuk disimak, serta hadiah menarik dari BCA. Penasaran? Jangan lewatkan sharing dari Bu Wani Sabu dan ikuti terus acara ini hingga akhir. Selamat beristirahat, selamat siang, terima kasih.
Jam 1, thank you.
Your customers are the lifeblood of your business. Every interaction is an opportunity that can lead to further engagement and increased loyalty, or a frustrated customer leaving you for the competition. Because your company likely has agents engaging thousands or even millions of customers, handling inquiries that are becoming more and more complex, the pressure is on to streamline interactions across the entire customer journey and deliver customer experiences that matter. Let Avaya and Verint show you the way. We enable organizations like yours to simplify, modernize, and automate customer interactions for maximum efficiency, accuracy, and customer satisfaction in both cloud and on-premise environments. In this in-depth video, we'll look in detail at a series of interactions involving David Campbell, a customer of Orbital Bank, who over a period of several months searches for and acquires a new credit card and then experiences issues with that card. We'll see how handling David's needs with tools such as intelligent self-service, smart chatbots, integrated agent desktops, intelligent routing, IVR, and voice and facial biometrics streamlines interactions and delivers the experiences that customers remember. We'll even see how, when service falls short, these tools can help address the situation and lead to improvement. Let's get started. David Campbell is a longtime customer of Orbital Bank, and while not totally tech-savvy, he often uses Orbital's website to get information. Today, David is trying to find a credit card that fits his needs. David sees information about credit cards and decides to look for online assistance. Because Orbital's website is equipped with intelligent self-service, when David clicks on credit cards, intelligent self-service goes into action, presenting David with support information from both the online community as well as Orbital's structured knowledge database. Knowledge base articles can include rich information, like the video you see here on balance transfers. Structured knowledge articles also undergo a formal review, which helps ensure content is up to date and accurate. Another important way to keep knowledge articles updated is through direct customer feedback. Here, we see David choosing to provide feedback on the article. This completed survey is linked to David's customer profile, to this article, and to the self-service experience he is now engaged with on his buying journey. David has now found the credit card application page and starts filling it out. Contextual help remains available on the right, so David can find answers without leaving the form. But David has other questions, so he clicks on the question mark in the lower right to bring up the intelligent chatbot. Using artificial intelligence and natural language processing, the chatbot can answer complex questions and have long-running conversations with customers. The chatbot can also push web pages when more information is needed. But in this case, David's chatbot session is escalated to Lily Hodges, the most appropriate agent to service the request. Through an integrated agent desktop, Lily sees the current chatbot conversation along with the links to other information that may be helpful. If there had been a previous chat conversation between an agent and David, that would appear above the current conversation. That's intelligent self-service, an intelligent chatbot, and a live agent with an integrated desktop, all working together to help David get a new credit card. Now, let's fast forward 6 months. David has been using his new credit card and even expanded his footprint at Orbital Bank by applying for a mortgage on a vacation property. But he sees suspicious activity on his credit card and immediately calls Orbital. Before listening in on David's call, let's look again at what the agent experiences. We saw this view earlier during a chat session. This is another view of the agent desktop, the default view that appears when there isn't a specific interaction underway. Different tools available to the agent are on the far left. Then the agent's schedule for that day. Agents can also see and adjust schedules on their mobile phone, an important feature as agents increasingly seek a healthy work-life balance. Below the schedule are current performance metrics, alerting agents to areas where they need improvement. Agents can take quick e-learning lessons here on the right. They can also get access to a gamification application, showing how close they are to achieving their individual and team goals. Finally, here is where agents can collaborate with one another. It's been shown that agents perform better when they are engaged and feel part of a community. This agent workplace provides one place to go for all the information your agents need to do their job well. Now, let's get back to David as he calls Orbital Bank about his fraud issue and is instantly connected to an IVR. As you will see in a moment, the IVR recognizes David, is aware of his recent mortgage application, communicates in a very conversational way, and can route David at any time to the agent best equipped to handle his situation. Let's listen in.
Orbital Bank. Hi, David. I see you've been working through a mortgage application. If you like, I can connect you with the loan officer reviewing that application. Is this what you're calling about today?
No.
All right, then briefly tell me why you're calling. For example, I want information about balance transfers.
I'm seeing transactions on my credit card that I don't recognize.
The IVR is integrated with a capacity that identifies if a caller is using a mobile phone, which David is.
David, I see you're calling from your mobile phone. Do you want to use a self-serve web portal for mobile callers or speak with a customer service representative?
I prefer to speak with an agent.
I also see that you're enrolled in our voice and facial biometric authentication program. Please help us keep your personal information safe and secure by authenticating yourself using your mobile device.
I just finished submitting my voice and facial authentication details.
Got it. Thanks. Please note that since you authenticated using voice and facial biometrics, you will not have to answer any additional security questions when you speak with your banker. Now, let me get a fraud specialist on the line to help with your credit card. Please note, your call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Before we move on, let's recap what was accomplished. The IVR recognized David and that he was calling from a mobile phone. It communicated in a natural, conversational way, authenticated him, and ultimately routed David to Dana, the agent best equipped to handle this interaction. Finally, as the conversation was passed off to Dana, call and screen recording were activated for use in quality and performance management and speech analytics. Because Dana immediately knew why David was calling, she could greet him without asking for the origin of his call.
Hi, David. Thank you for calling Orbital Bank. This is Dana. Let's see how I can assist you with those credit card transactions.
This is another view of the integrated desktop available to agents like Dana. Since David has been authenticated, the screen is tailored to show all of David's information, including his customer journey history across channels. You can see David's calls and chats, but it can also include emails, survey completions, even visits to a branch or store. If a customer is calling to follow up on a previous interaction, it is very easy for the agent to pick up where the last interaction left off. Moving over to the right, we see the Customer Loyalty Index. This is information drawn from our Voice of the Customer applications to see how happy this customer currently is, independent of this conversation. Integrating these resources for handling conversations across different channels helps ensure that your agents are always using the same knowledge base, the same service processes, and have access to the same unified customer history. Dana proceeds to investigate the suspicious charge. Again, we see seamless interaction with external systems that make it very easy for agents to view all of the needed information. Unfortunately, even though Dana has all the information she needs, her soft skills could use some work. When she innocently encouraged David to be more careful with his credit card number, David became irritated, as it wasn't his fault. The real-time speech analytics engine, listening to the conversation, picks up keywords indicating that David is upset. It immediately advises Dana of this, and even presents an offer to give David a $200 credit. David is quite delighted. Dana continues following the process as it unfolds and submits the fraudulent activity report. When the call completes, David is automatically sent an SMS survey, which is dynamically tailored to this conversation, as real-time analytics indicated that this was a less than ideal interaction. Dynamically sending surveys in this way can turn a negative experience into an opportunity to analyze what happened and turn it into a teachable moment. Let's sum up everything we've seen. David, our customer, started searching for a credit card in self-service, got help from an intelligent chatbot, and was escalated via chat to a live agent who was provided with a complete view of David's journey. Months later, when David experienced fraud issues, he started an interaction in the phone channel, interacted with the IVR, was authenticated using voice and facial biometrics, and again had his interaction escalated to a live agent who was again equipped to provide David with personal service thanks to contextual information available through the integrated agent desktop. And we even saw how an interaction that was less than 100% successful could be handled. With all of these combined capabilities, your organization has the tools you need to assist customers in the many ways they want to contact you across their customer journeys, and also analyze performance across those interactions and improve service quality. Because these capabilities are available on premises or via the cloud, they can be up and running faster than you might imagine. Now is the time to contact your Avaya representative to learn more about how you can use these capabilities to deliver the intelligent customer experiences that lead to long-term brand loyalty. Your customers are the lifeblood of your business. Every interaction is an opportunity that can lead to further engagement and increased loyalty, or a frustrated customer leaving you for the competition. Because your company likely has agents engaging thousands or even millions of customers, handling inquiries that are becoming more and more complex, the pressure is on to streamline interactions across the entire customer journey and deliver customer experiences that matter. Let Avaya and Verint show you the way. We enable organizations like yours to simplify, modernize, and automate customer interactions for maximum efficiency, accuracy, and customer satisfaction in both cloud and on-premise environments. In this in-depth video, we'll look in detail at a series of interactions involving David Campbell, a customer of Orbital Bank, who over a period of several months searches for and acquires a new credit card and then experiences issues with that card. We'll see how handling David's needs with tools such as intelligent self-service, smart chatbots, integrated agent desktops, intelligent routing, IVR, and voice and facial biometrics streamlines interactions and delivers the experiences that customers remember. We'll even see how, when service falls short, these tools can help address the situation and lead to improvement. Let's get started. David Campbell is a longtime customer of Orbital Bank, and while not totally tech-savvy, he often uses Orbital's website to get information. Today, David is trying to find a credit card that fits his needs. David sees information about credit cards and decides to look for online assistance. Because Orbital's website is equipped with intelligent self-service, when David clicks on credit cards, intelligent self-service goes into action, presenting David with support information from both the online community as well as Orbital's structured knowledge database. Knowledge base articles can include rich information, like the video you see here on balance transfers. Structured knowledge articles also undergo a formal review, which helps ensure content is up to date and accurate. Another important way to keep knowledge articles updated is through direct customer feedback. Here, we see David choosing to provide feedback on the article. This completed survey is linked to David's customer profile, to this article, and to the self-service experience he is now engaged with on his buying journey. David has now found the credit card application page and starts filling it out. Contextual help remains available on the right, so David can find answers without leaving the form. But David has other questions, so he clicks on the question mark in the lower right to bring up the intelligent chatbot. Using artificial intelligence and natural language processing, the chatbot can answer complex questions and have long-running conversations with customers. The chatbot can also push web pages when more information is needed. But in this case, David's chatbot session is escalated to Lily Hodges, the most appropriate agent to service the request. Through an integrated agent desktop, Lily sees the current chatbot conversation along with the links to other information that may be helpful. If there had been a previous chat conversation between an agent and David, that would appear above the current conversation. That's intelligent self-service, an intelligent chatbot, and a live agent with an integrated desktop, all working together to help David get a new credit card. Now, let's fast forward 6 months. David has been using his new credit card and even expanded his footprint at Orbital Bank by applying for a mortgage on a vacation property. But he sees suspicious activity on his credit card and immediately calls Orbital. Before listening in on David's call, let's look again at what the agent experiences. We saw this view earlier during a chat session. This is another view of the agent desktop, the default view that appears when there isn't a specific interaction underway. Different tools available to the agent are on the far left. Then the agent's schedule for that day. Agents can also see and adjust schedules on their mobile phone, an important feature as agents increasingly seek a healthy work-life balance. Below the schedule are current performance metrics. alerting agents to areas where they need improvement. Agents can take quick e-learning lessons here on the right. They can also get access to a gamification application, showing how close they are to achieving their individual and team goals. Finally, here is where agents can collaborate with one another. It's been shown that agents perform better when they are engaged and feel part of a community. This agent workplace provides one place to go for all the information your agents need to do their job well. Now, let's get back to David as he calls Orbital Bank about his fraud issue and is instantly connected to an IVR. As you will see in a moment, the IVR recognizes David, is aware of his recent mortgage application, communicates in a very conversational way, and can route David at any time to the agent best equipped to handle his situation. Let's listen in.
Orbital Bank. Hi, David. I see you've been working through a mortgage application. If you like, I can connect you with the loan officer reviewing that application. Is this what you're calling about today?
No.
All right, then briefly tell me why you're calling. For example, I want information about balance transfers.
I'm seeing transactions on my credit card that I don't recognize.
The IVR is integrated with a capacity that identifies if a caller is using a mobile phone, which David is.
David, I see you're calling from your mobile phone. Do you want to use a self-serve web portal for mobile callers or speak with a customer service representative?
I prefer to speak with an agent.
I also see that you're enrolled in our voice and facial biometric authentication program. Please help us keep your personal information safe and secure by authenticating yourself using your mobile device.
I just finished submitting my voice and facial authentication details.
Got it. Thanks. Please note that since you authenticated using voice and facial biometrics, you will not have to answer any additional security questions when you speak with your banker. Now, let me get a fraud specialist on the line to help with your credit card. Please note, your call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Before we move on, let's recap what was accomplished. The IVR recognized David and that he was calling from a mobile phone. It communicated in a natural, conversational way, authenticated him, and ultimately routed David to Dana, the agent best equipped to handle this interaction. Finally, as the conversation was passed off to Dana, call and screen recording were activated for use in quality and performance management and speech analytics. Because Dana immediately knew why David was calling, she could greet him without asking for the origin of his call.
Hi, David. Thank you for calling Orbital Bank. This is Dana. Let's see how I can assist you with those credit card transactions.
This is another view of the integrated desktop available to agents like Dana. Since David has been authenticated, the screen is tailored to show all of David's information, including his customer journey history across channels. You can see David's calls and chats, but it can also include emails, survey completions, even visits to a branch or store. If a customer is calling to follow up on a previous interaction, it is very easy for the agent to pick up where the last interaction left off. Moving over to the right, we see the Customer Loyalty Index. This is information drawn from our Voice of the Customer applications to see how happy this customer currently is, independent of this conversation. Integrating these resources for handling conversations across different channels helps ensure that your agents are always using the same knowledge base, the same service processes, and have access to the same unified customer history. Dana proceeds to investigate the suspicious charge. Again, we see seamless interaction with external systems that make it very easy for agents to view all of the needed information. Unfortunately, even though Dana has all the information she needs, her soft skills could use some work. When she innocently encouraged David to be more careful with his credit card number, David became irritated, as it wasn't his fault. The real-time speech analytics engine, listening to the conversation, picks up keywords indicating that David is upset. It immediately advises Dana of this, and even presents an offer to give David a $200 credit. David is quite delighted. Dana continues following the process as it unfolds and submits the fraudulent activity report. When the call completes, David is automatically sent an SMS survey, which is dynamically tailored to this conversation, as real-time analytics indicated that this was a less than ideal interaction. Dynamically sending surveys in this way can turn a negative experience into an opportunity to analyze what happened and turn it into a teachable moment. Let's sum up everything we've seen. David, our customer, started searching for a credit card in self-service, got help from an intelligent chatbot, and was escalated via chat to a live agent who was provided with a complete view of David's journey. Months later, when David experienced fraud issues, he started an interaction in the phone channel, interacted with the IVR, was authenticated using voice and facial biometrics, and again had his interaction escalated to a live agent who was again equipped to provide David with personal service thanks to contextual information available through the integrated agent desktop. And we even saw how an interaction that was less than 100% successful could be handled. With all of these combined capabilities, your organization has the tools you need to assist customers in the many ways they want to contact you across their customer journeys, and also analyze performance across those interactions and improve service quality. Because these capabilities are available on premises or via the cloud, they can be up and running faster than you might imagine. Now is the time to contact your Avaya representative to learn more about how you can use these capabilities to deliver the intelligent customer experiences that lead to long-term brand loyalty. Your customers are the lifeblood of your business. Every interaction is an opportunity that can lead to further engagement and increased loyalty, or a frustrated customer leaving you for the competition. Because your company likely has agents engaging thousands or even millions of customers, handling inquiries that are becoming more and more complex, the pressure is on to streamline interactions across the entire customer journey and deliver customer experiences that matter. Let Avaya and Verint show you the way. We enable organizations like yours to simplify, modernize, and automate customer interactions for maximum efficiency, accuracy, and customer satisfaction in both cloud and on-premise environments. In this in-depth video, we'll look in detail at a series of interactions involving David Campbell, a customer of Orbital Bank, who over a period of several months searches for and acquires a new credit card and then experiences issues with that card. We'll see how handling David's needs with tools such as intelligent self-service, smart chatbots, integrated agent desktops, intelligent routing, IVR, and voice and facial biometrics streamlines interactions and delivers the experiences that customers remember. We'll even see how, when service falls short, these tools can help address the situation and lead to improvement. Let's get started. David Campbell is a longtime customer of Orbital Bank, and while not totally tech-savvy, he often uses Orbital's website to get information. Today, David is trying to find a credit card that fits his needs. David sees information about credit cards and decides to look for online assistance. Because Orbital's website is equipped with intelligent self-service, when David clicks on credit cards, intelligent self-service goes into action, presenting David with support information from both the online community as well as Orbital's structured knowledge database. Knowledge base articles can include rich information, like the video you see here on balance transfers. Structured knowledge articles also undergo a formal review, which helps ensure content is up to date and accurate. Another important way to keep knowledge articles updated is through direct customer feedback. Here, we see David choosing to provide feedback on the article. This completed survey is linked to David's customer profile, to this article, and to the self-service experience he is now engaged with on his buying journey. David has now found the credit card application page and starts filling it out. Contextual help remains available on the right, so David can find answers without leaving the form. But David has other questions, so he clicks on the question mark in the lower right to bring up the intelligent chatbot. Using artificial intelligence and natural language processing, the chatbot can answer complex questions and have long-running conversations with customers. The chatbot can also push web pages when more information is needed. But in this case, David's chatbot session is escalated to Lily Hodges, the most appropriate agent to service the request. Through an integrated agent desktop, Lily sees the current chatbot conversation, along with the links to other information that may be helpful. If there had been a previous chat conversation between an agent and David, that would appear above the current conversation. That's intelligent self-service, an intelligent chatbot, and a live agent with an integrated desktop, all working together to help David get a new credit card. Now, let's fast forward 6 months. David has been using his new credit card and even expanded his footprint at Orbital Bank by applying for a mortgage on a vacation property. But he sees suspicious activity on his credit card and immediately calls Orbital. Before listening in on David's call, let's look again at what the agent experiences. We saw this view earlier during a chat session. This is another view of the agent desktop, the default view that appears when there isn't a specific interaction underway. Different tools available to the agent are on the far left. Then the agent's schedule for that day. Agents can also see and adjust schedules on their mobile phone, an important feature as agents increasingly seek a healthy work-life balance. Below the schedule are current performance metrics, alerting agents to areas where they need improvement. Agents can take quick e-learning lessons here on the right. They can also get access to a gamification application, showing how close they are to achieving their individual and team goals. Finally, here is where agents can collaborate with one another. It's been shown that agents perform better when they are engaged and feel part of a community. This agent workplace provides one place to go for all the information your agents need to do their job well. Now, let's get back to David as he calls Orbital Bank about his fraud issue and is instantly connected to an IVR. As you will see in a moment, the IVR recognizes David, is aware of his recent mortgage application, communicates in a very conversational way, and can route David at any time to the agent best equipped to handle his situation. Let's listen in.
Orbital Bank. Hi, David. I see you've been working through a mortgage application. If you like, I can connect you with the loan officer reviewing that application. Is this what you're calling about today?
No.
All right, then briefly tell me why you're calling. For example, I want information about balance transfers.
I'm seeing transactions on my credit card that I don't recognize.
The IVR is integrated with a capacity that identifies if a caller is using a mobile phone, which David is.
David, I see you're calling from your mobile phone. Do you want to use a self-serve web portal for mobile callers or speak with a customer service representative?
I prefer to speak with an agent.
I also see that you're enrolled in our voice and facial biometric authentication program. Please help us keep your personal information safe and secure by authenticating yourself using your mobile device.
I just finished submitting my voice and facial authentication details.
Got it. Thanks. Please note that since you authenticated using voice and facial biometrics, you will not have to answer any additional security questions when you speak with your banker. Now, let me get a fraud specialist on the line to help with your credit card. Please note, your call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Before we move on, let's recap what was accomplished. The IVR recognized David and that he was calling from a mobile phone. It communicated in a natural, conversational way, authenticated him, and ultimately routed David to Dana, the agent best equipped to handle this interaction. Finally, as the conversation was passed off to Dana, call and screen recording were activated for use in quality and performance management and speech analytics. Because Dana immediately knew why David was calling, she could greet him without asking for the origin of his call.
Hi, David. Thank you for calling Orbital Bank. This is Dana. Let's see how I can assist you with those credit card transactions.
This is another view of the integrated desktop available to agents like Dana. Since David has been authenticated, the screen is tailored to show all of David's information, including his customer journey history across channels. You can see David's calls and chats, but it can also include emails, survey completions, even visits to a branch or store. If a customer is calling to follow up on a previous interaction, it is very easy for the agent to pick up where the last interaction left off. Moving over to the right, we see the Customer Loyalty Index. This is information drawn from our Voice of the Customer applications to see how happy this customer currently is, independent of this conversation. Integrating these resources for handling conversations across different channels helps ensure that your agents are always using the same knowledge base, the same service processes, and have access to the same unified customer history. Dana proceeds to investigate the suspicious charge. Again, we see seamless interaction with external systems that make it very easy for agents to view all of the needed information. Unfortunately, even though Dana has all the information she needs, her soft skills could use some work. When she innocently encouraged David to be more careful with his credit card number, David became irritated, as it wasn't his fault. The real-time speech analytics engine listening to the conversation picks up keywords indicating that David is upset. It immediately advises Dana of this and even presents an offer to give David a $200 credit. David is quite delighted. Dana continues following the process as it unfolds and submits the fraudulent activity report. When the call completes, David is automatically sent an SMS survey, which is dynamically tailored to this conversation, as real-time analytics indicated that this was a less than ideal interaction. Dynamically sending surveys in this way can turn a negative experience into an opportunity to analyze what happened and turn it into a teachable moment. Let's sum up everything we've seen. David, our customer, started searching for a credit card in self-service, got help from an intelligent chatbot, and was escalated via chat to a live agent who was provided with a complete view of David's journey. Months later, when David experienced fraud issues, he started an interaction in the phone channel, interacted with the IVR, was authenticated using voice and facial biometrics, and again had his interaction escalated to a live agent who was again equipped to provide David with personal service thanks to contextual information available through the integrated agent desktop. And we even saw how an interaction that was less than 100% successful could be handled. With all of these combined capabilities, your organization has the tools you need to assist customers in the many ways they want to contact you across their customer journeys, and also analyze performance across those interactions and improve service quality. Because these capabilities are available on premises or via the cloud, they can be up and running faster than you might imagine. Now is the time to contact your Avaya representative to learn more about how you can use these capabilities to deliver the intelligent customer experiences that lead to long-term brand loyalty. Your customers are the lifeblood of your business. Every interaction is an opportunity that can lead to further engagement and increased loyalty, or a frustrated customer leaving you for the competition. Because your company likely has agents engaging thousands or even millions of customers, handling inquiries that are becoming more and more complex, the pressure is on to streamline interactions across the entire customer journey and deliver customer experiences that matter. Let Avaya and Verint show you the way. We enable organizations like yours to simplify, modernize, and automate customer interactions for maximum efficiency, accuracy, and customer satisfaction in both cloud and on-premise environments. In this in-depth video, we'll look in detail at a series of interactions involving David Campbell, a customer of Orbital Bank, who over a period of several months searches for and acquires a new credit card and then experiences issues with that card. We'll see how handling David's needs with tools such as intelligent self-service, smart chatbots, integrated agent desktops, intelligent routing, IVR, and voice and facial biometrics streamlines interactions and delivers the experiences that customers remember. We'll even see how, when service falls short, these tools can help address the situation and lead to improvement. Let's get started. David Campbell is a longtime customer of Orbital Bank, and while not totally tech-savvy, he often uses Orbital's website to get information. Today, David is trying to find a credit card that fits his needs. David sees information about credit cards and decides to look for online assistance. Because Orbital's website is equipped with intelligent self-service, when David clicks on credit cards, intelligent self-service goes into action, presenting David with support information from both the online community as well as Orbital's structured knowledge database. Knowledge base articles can include rich information.
I am your customer. Do you know me? Do you know what I want? I want you to value me and my time. I have less patience than ever before. When I have a question or a problem, I need an answer, and I need it fast. Don't make it hard to get in touch. Don't make me call you when I don't want to. Give me options to connect with you, even automated virtual ones. And make sure all of those options will give me what I need as quickly as possible. I want you to make it simple. I don't need to know about the inner workings of your company and how one department handles this or that. If I have a question, it should be answered by the first person I talk to. Don't transfer me. And please, don't make me repeat myself. Better yet, let me find information by myself. Make it easy for me to just ask a question on your website or app to get what I need. I want you to care about me. Most of the time, I don't need any help. But when I have a real problem, I need to talk to a real person. I want that person to listen to me, understand me, and help me. My loyalty is for sale, and I will give it to the company that treats me like a human being. I expect your employees to have the tools that allow them to know enough about me and my issue to get to the root of the problem and resolve it. I expect your employees to be helpful, not helpless. I am your customer. Do you know me? I am your customer. Do you know me? Do you know what I want? I want you to value me and my time. I have less patience than ever before. When I have a question or a problem, I need an answer, and I need it fast. Don't make it hard to get in touch. Don't make me call you when I don't want to. Give me options to connect with you, even automated virtual ones. And make sure all of those options will give me what I need as quickly as possible. I want you to make it simple. I don't need to know about the inner workings of your company and how one department handles this or that. If I have a question, it should be answered by the first person I talk to. Don't transfer me. And please, don't make me repeat myself. Better yet, let me find information by myself. Make it easy for me to just ask a question on your website or app to get what I need. I want you to care about me. Most of the time, I don't need any help. But when I have a real problem, I need to talk to a real person. I want that person to listen to me, understand me, and help me. My loyalty is for sale, and I will give it to the company that treats me like a human being. I expect your employees to have the tools that allow them to know enough about me and my issue to get to the root of the problem and resolve it. I expect your employees to be helpful, not helpless. I am your customer. Do you know me? I am your customer. Do you know me? Do you know what I want? I want you to value me and my time. I have less patience than ever before. When I have a question or a problem, I need an answer, and I need it fast. Don't make it hard to get in touch. Don't make me call you when I don't want to. Give me options to connect with you, even automated virtual ones. And make sure all of those options will give me what I need as quickly as possible. I want you to make it simple. I don't need to know about the inner workings of your company and how one department handles this or that. If I have a question, it should be answered by the first person I talk to. Don't transfer me. And please, don't make me repeat myself. Better yet, let me find information by myself. Make it easy for me to just ask a question on your website or app to get what I need. I want you to care about me. Most of the time, I don't need any help. But when I have a real problem, I need to talk to a real person. I want that person to listen to me, understand me, and help me. My loyalty is for sale, and I will give it to the company that treats me like a human being. I expect your employees to have the tools that allow them to know enough about me and my issue to get to the root of the problem and resolve it. I expect your employees to be helpful, not helpless. I am your customer. Do you know me? I am your customer. Do you know me? Do you know what I want? I want you to value me and my time. I have less patience than ever before. When I have a question or a problem, I need an answer, and I need it fast. Don't make it hard to get in touch. Don't make me call you when I don't want to. Give me options to connect with you, even automated virtual ones. And make sure all of those options will give me what I need as quickly as possible. I want you to make it simple. I don't need to know about the inner workings of your company and how one department handles this or that. If I have a question, it should be answered by the first person I talk to. Don't transfer me. And please, don't make me repeat myself. Better yet, let me find information by myself. Make it easy for me to just ask a question on your website or app to get what I need. I want you to care about me. Most of the time, I don't need any help. But when I have a real problem, I need to talk to a real person. I want that person to listen to me, understand me, and help me. My loyalty is for sale, and I will give it to the company that treats me like a human being. I expect your employees to have the tools that allow them to know enough about me and my issue to get to the root of the problem and resolve it. I expect your employees to be helpful, not helpless. I am your customer. Do you know me? I am your customer. Do you know me? Do you know what I want? I want you to value me and my time. I have less patience than ever before. When I have a question or a problem, I need an answer, and I need it fast. Don't make it hard to get in touch. Don't make me call you when I don't want to. Give me options to connect with you, even automated virtual ones. And make sure all of those options will give me what I need as quickly as possible. I want you to make it simple. I don't need to know about the inner workings of your company and how one department handles this or that. If I have a question, it should be answered by the first person I talk to. Don't transfer me. And please, don't make me repeat myself. Better yet, let me find information by myself. Make it easy for me to just ask a question on your website or app to get what I need. I want you to care about me. Most of the time, I don't need any help. But when I have a real problem, I need to talk to a real person. I want that person to listen to me, understand me, and help me. My loyalty is for sale, and I will give it to the company that treats me like a human being. I expect your employees to have the tools that allow them to know enough about me and my issue to get to the root of the problem and resolve it. I expect your employees to be helpful, not helpless. I am your customer. Do you know me? I am your